Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome to our celebration week. I'm Karina Varela, and I'm super happy to be here with you today. Let me know on the chat if you can hear me well. It's been a while since I don't come up on StreamYard. Those who know me will understand what is going on. So help me out, help me out. Oh, and by the way, look, I'm trying out some new cool stuff. And this week, guys, it's gonna be just perfect. You still got a few minutes to invite over your friends, your peers, bring everybody on board to our very first day of the celebration week. All right? I'm gonna, I'm checking the chat, by the way. Let me know if you can hear me fine. Said I had like something on the chat, an emoji, a celebration week hashtag there. Let's see how it's going over there. We already have our first speaker on the backstage, but he will wait. He will wait. He will wait. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Edu. Awesome. So, guys, let me tell you something. It is my absolute pleasure to kick off this amazing event. We will have thought leaders. We will have Java champions. We will have open source contributors of Eclipse Foundation, of of the Apache Software Foundation, and people who are actually driving the future of Java itself and of the technology surrounding it. So it's gonna be a very cool event. Not only we have these types of rock stars, we also have many community members. If you were willing to send over a session and you couldn't really, just reach out to me. Maybe we can see what to do there. We still have other sessions coming up, coming through, and still getting adapted to the schedule. So we are looking forward to everybody who wants to participate here, right? During the week, we will have different types of of sessions. We will have tech talks that will last between 30 minutes and 45 minutes, maybe even an hour. We will also have panels where you will be able to ask questions about anything that comes to your mind related to the topic of the debate to the guests. And we will have amazing people such as Barry Bird, author of all those books where we see like the Java for Dummies and many other, uh, and also one of the leads of Jug. We also have Michael Redlich, Bruno Souza, Otavio Santana. There's so many names, guys. Alina Yurenko, Elder Moraes, Rafael. There's so many. It's over 20 speakers from 8 different countries. So this is gonna be just awesome. Uh, all right. Just one thing before we get started. And Porcelli, you can already, if you, Porcelli is on the backstage, by the way, guys. Oh, I see here. Yeah, Garden State. So Java user group. Amazing. Welcome. So, one thing for those who are not familiar with the ways that we handle the events over here in So Java, we like a lot to interact with you. So you are more than welcome to share your thoughts, your questions, to talk between each other on the chat, you know. So this is like, remember the pandemic times when we were all like at home and we couldn't really talk to each other. This is a moment when we can just do some network, add each other. You can share the link to your LinkedIn, feel free to do so. So let's just build connections and learn, okay? So yeah. All right. So just to give you a quick overview on how you can find yourself around over the upcoming days. This event, guys, is being like the most recent information. You will be able to find it here on this link that I just shared on the chat. This link will actually take you to our event page. On the event page, you will be able to see the list of the speakers as well as the agenda and the time of each session. You will be able to scroll and see all the details of each one of the sessions and even, of course, connect with your favorite speaker. So if you click on the photo of the profile of the speaker, you can find the LinkedIn, the Twitter, of now called X, and you can connect with them. Everybody who will be around is more than happy to connect with you and share and exchange some ideas, have some conversations. So feel free to do that. All right. So without further ado, let me bring over our first speaker of the day. Oi, Henrique. Oh, yeah. So we will have sessions in Portuguese and English. So give me a quick break here. Let me just pick some words in Portuguese real quick. Galera, a gente vai ter talks em português e inglês, beleza? Só que hoje, durante as primeiras sessões, elas vão ser feitas em inglês. A última sessão hoje é em português. E não se preocupa, porque a gente vai prover para vocês a tradução de tudo nos subtitles do YouTube. Se não tiver perfeito já de início, logo em seguida no recording a gente vai dar uma polida ali, vai ficar show de bola, tanto a legenda em português quanto em inglês, tá legal? So basically what I was saying is that for those who are watching, if they are not really familiar with the language that is being spoken, that you don't need to worry really, because we will be polishing, giving some treat there on the YouTube captions, so that you can actually follow up. So if it is not being translated properly during the live stream, don't worry, because we will polish everything afterwards as well to ensure that you have a good experience throughout our week. All right. So no further ado, Porcelli, let me bring you on board. Guys, the guy who's coming now, he has such a long history with open source contribution. I said I was gonna call you Porcelli, but wait, I gotta introduce you first to our guys here who are watching, right? I gotta say some words about you, so hold your anxiety. Guys, I have followed this person's work for a long time now. I think he even started working with Java before I even got my first job, maybe, I think. Not saying you are old, Porcelli. Just saying that he's been around the actual projects, like in open source world, that are being used across the globe for a long, long time. So, Porcelli, come on board. Welcome around. Hello. I cannot hear you. Check if your mic is all set.
Better now?
Yes, we can hear
Cool.
you now. Hello.
Hello.
It's great
Karina,
to have
thank
you
you. Flattering
around.
introduction.
Yeah, I try to hold myself back, because I would just speak a lot about you, because now that we are colleagues, I have so much to talk about you that I would rather let you speak for yourself so it's not
Okay.
biased.
I was telling that it was flattering, but at the same time, you said that I'm quite old. So thank you.
But that is good, because we are here to celebrate 30 years of Java. So how can I, or anybody who is younger, who haven't even touched the first one I touched was Java 6. Transitioning from 5 to 6. Which was your first Java version, Porcelli?
Java 2 or Java 3?
See,
Well,
guys.
my first
See, guys.
introduction, Java, in the beginning, the first time that I touched Java was Java Applets, 1998. So I don't even remember the version, but like a professional working, like a enterprise things, probably Java 3.
Okay, so now, guys, do you see my point? You see, I was not wrong, right? I was not calling you out. So, guys, drop on the chat what was the first Java version that you worked with. Let's see how is the temperature here. If everybody's around my generation, Porcelli, or more towards yours, or just like the guys working on the cool new stuff, AI vibe coding. So, by the way, talking about vibe coding, you are going to talk about AI, but specifically about architecting AI applications, right?
Yes, correct. So we are living the AI world. Everything's about AI. which is awesome, which is fantastic. But we need to understand there are some level of implications that when we bring AI to the enterprise. And AI alone, especially the AI that we are referencing today, which is Gen AI, LLM based, has a lot of impact. But the good thing is that we can combine LLMs with different types of AI and build enterprise grade solutions, and that's make it more interesting, more powerful.
How can I know? And the people who follow me know I'm very honest and transparent on my thoughts. How can I know you will not just be talking a lot, all the buzzwords in the market, just so you could get your talk accepted on the event? Tell me up front.
Well, what I
Guys, and this
try,
is not like we didn't talk about this before. This is all live. He wasn't expecting any of the questions, all right?
yeah, Karina always throw a curveball, and well, basically, I think it's because what I will be talking, it's a balance. I will not explore the hype. I will try to balance out how you can leverage this new technology, this new trend, what's Gen AI, but how you combine it with well-grounded technology that has been around for many, many years, which
Wait.
is
AI
also AI.
technology. You mean AI technology. So AI is not necessarily only hype and new and like for the innovators type of cycle on the maturity life cycle, right? It has been around for a long time now.
Yes, AI has been in research, has been for decades, like 30 plus years. A branch of AI has been deployed in enterprise for over 20 years. It's not what we are associating today with Gen AI. It's a different type of AI, and that we'll understand better what that implies.
So, okay, I'll let you go ahead and not take too much of your time. The stage is yours. If you want to share your screen in the
Uh,
meanwhile, yeah, feel free to go. Okay, I see it. Perfect. Uh, the stage is yours. If you need anything, I'll be here on the backstage, okay? And guys, feel free to drop questions as we go. Porcelli is pretty much used to all of this fun and this party. We used to do a lot of key lives, right, Porcelli? So just drop your questions. I'll
you were
interact
saying
with you.
that just 1 second has been about 4 years the last time that we got together in video. So it's interesting.
Really? Wow.
The world has changed so much in the last 4 years.
And I hope people will not get our pictures and put it like side by side.
Yeah.
Like the younger version of us and the now. Anyway, let's go ahead, Porcelli. Beyond LLMs.
Okay. Thank you, Karina. Okay. So as we were chatting, Karina and I, this presentation will touch about what beyond LLMs. So we'll look through the architect enterprise AI, but mixing different types of AI. Um, as I started talking, we live the AI hype today, and everything is talking or everything is surrounded by AI, which is great because it is probably a turning point in not only in our careers but in our society. It is a very important as a different technology, evolved technology that has been around for so many years. Um, and this hype also is creating a little bit of a FOMO, the fear of being missing out. Because as of today, majority of the tech executives have a mandate to leverage more AI in their business. But although AI is fantastic and being used a lot, the AI usage is still on the surrounded of the companies of the enterprise. Because there are so many challenges to adopt AI into the core business. But at the same time, this challenge can be an opportunity for newcomers. We are we are seeing in the market or the tech industry a lot of new startups heavily invested in AI, building what being called native AI technology. So there is a fear in the market. Like you may have a new competitor that is coming out today without having your restrictions or your years of business that builds everything from scratch and everything native to AI. How you go over that situation? How you balance it out? Because again, as of today, the LLMs that has been associated with AI, which is a branch of AI, I will touch this in a second, are statistical based models, and based on that fact, they are very creative. They are generating interesting data, but they are still based on statistical data. Your business usually cannot run on statistical only data. There is a risk associated. If you think about a more traditional business that has, let's put mortgage application, there are regulations associated with that and all the things. If you put a request for a mortgage, if you are refused, you have to explain what that was. And there is also a risk that in the process, you fail all of your policies. About the 15, 20%, depends, the statistical model. It will deviate for your policies. For established business, 20% is too high of a risk. But maybe to a new startup in the native AI ecosystem, they may see this not as a 20% of risk, but an 80% of opportunity. And that's a fear of the established business that you may lose for these newcomers. And as of now, there's pouring money in the AI space. Those new AIs based companies could offset this 20% of error, let's put it this way, offset that with venture capital money or just postpone the issue, which is far more complicated for established business. So looking to this landscape, there is a clear challenge to adopt AI in the enterprise, but not in any part of the enterprise, because as I mentioned before, AI has been adopted and we are using AI in our daily lives. I hope that you are all using, because it's very good technology. But what they are not being used so far is on the core business, because in the enterprise specifically, there's a few challenges. One of them is, of course, the unpredictability of the LLMs. As a statistical model that will navigate a neural network based on what's the best next word or next action, you cannot rely on build a business that has business outcomes, like core business things associated with that type of statistical model. There is also the regulatory requirements. There's a bunch of business that have regulatory requirements. And one of those is you need to provide reasoning why such a thing happened. So in case of mortgage, for instance, if you apply for a mortgage and you're denied, you as a denier, you can ask why it was denied. If you go, LLMs cannot give you the exactly path they went through to reason why it was denied. So quite challenging on this aspect. There is also the fact that business usually relies on contracts, especially in business B2B. You have contracts between companies and they need to be followed. And any deviation here creates liability for the companies. So that's another challenge. And of course, on auditing, that's also related a little bit to regulatory requirements, that you need to audit why and how that decision were made. So given all that complexity, the adoption of AI today has been more on the surrounding services around the business, which again is perfect. So you can use AI to summarize content. That's perfect. That's great to use to generate code. So you interact. There's all this vibe coding and the iterations that you have with talking to LLMs to improve your code. That's also very helpful. But you always have that human in the loop, and you always have satellite usage. I will not go into a lot of customer relationship deal and issues that companies or early days companies adopting LLMs went through, because this is being used extensively. That's not the goal here, to revisit all the troubles, but that's reality. When you put this type of technology more in front of customers or more close to the business, that's more complicated. So far, the approach to try to solve that problem has been focused on data, how you improve your data. Because again, let's understand how those LLMs are created. They are basically getting massive load of data, and they are processed into these models. An attempt to make this more these LLMs respond to interactions that is close to your business requirements, the effort has been to make sure that you have less deviation on the data itself. So you do a lot of data cleaning, which is fine, but it's a lot of work. And ultimately, it's still a problem because it is still a statistical model. So there's other techniques that are also being implemented beyond fine tuning, like a RAG. That's another very popular technique, like a retrieval augmented generation, that you connect with your specific content and you try to bridge these worlds. So a lot of things has happening or trying to happen to tame the LLMs. But in the end of the day, those are still statistical based technology. So what can we do? So, and here is a thought. Instead to try to force something that's not meant to be something, like LLMs were not meant to be predictive. They are actually a different thing. That's exactly the magic or the beauty of the technology, that are able to generate different outcomes that giving the same input. It feels a little bit of a creativity in there. So that's why the reached iterations that we have them. But it creates liability in the enterprise business. So an alternative, as now stepping as an architect, as looking to the enterprise, not to the eyes of a single technology or a single solution. You step into an architect role and you try to understand the landscape. And here I want to present to you a different approach to the problem. So you have this statistical based AI, which are LLM based. They are very dynamic and adaptive, excellent for creative tasks, but creates these unpredictable outputs, which is not a bug, is a feature, I would say, but how you implemented that in the context of enterprise. No, you don't fix it. You leverage that, but you associate with the different types of technology. And what I want to bring to your attention is a different branch of AI. It's a branch called Symbolic AI. And that's interesting because Symbolic AI is also named good old AI, because this is the type of AI that has been implemented in enterprise the last 20 plus years. You will see this type of technology throughout every enterprise. In specific use cases, of course, but it's very spread. And those type of technologies are not only used a lot, but it's very reliable, very consistent. What Symbolic AI brings is consistency and repeatable results. Basically, with the same input, you always get the same output, which is fundamental to the business, right? Because if you have the same data, and that's where you have contracts or regulations or never or anything like that, you want to make sure that you give the same input, you always get the same output. So that's critical, and that's provided by Symbolic AI. Another thing that Symbolic AI should provide is a clear reasoning path. It doesn't only give you an answer, it gives you how that answer was coming through. So it gives you a set, because to make a decision, you probably did a lot of steps. And all that steps are recorded and why they were were hit. You have what's called explainable decisions. So this is part of Symbolic AI values. But again, there are other aspects to that is that's more rigid input. So we will see in a second what it gives us. But what I want to bring the attention to architects and senior engineers is the approach to do hybrid solutions. You can combine the strength of both. You can balance out creativity and reliability, and you can build enterprise-focused solution. So I'll spoil a little bit what come later. I've been working rules for almost 20 years now. And about 10 years ago, the team, the Drules team, the Drules core team got together. And we were scratching our heads thinking, oh, how, because there is a competitor technology that has a very interesting feature that you can write in plain English, and you create these business rules like you're writing in English. That's called verbalization. It is a very big deal thing. It's really nice, very powerful feature, very clever from them. And we were like together, the rules team, like how we could leapfrog this capability. And this is about 10 years ago. And one thing that we all discussing back in the days, well, we could integrate NLP with rules, which would be magical. But when we went through exercises in terms of resources needed, the costs, unfortunately, 10 years ago was impractical, was not possible. We didn't have the ability to invest on that topic. So we had to do better in other space because we could not leapfrog other technologies with NLP. And now, like a few years ago when ChatGPT came, I was looking to that technology and said, finally, we have something that we can leverage and build magical solutions, because that's how a little bit it was sold, that competitor technology. Like it's magical because you're writing plain English and you're actually writing in a rule and you're a policy. And now we have that, and not only researchers, but everyone, all of us have access to that technology. So it's very, very exciting. And this type of technology, the Symbolic AI, it brings predictability. So one of the definitions that it has, you have a well-defined input data. It has a well-defined format. And that format, although it's rigid in a somehow, but it gives the ability to, with the same input, you always have the same output. You have the ability, like you process rules that are predefined in logic, and they are evaluated by the conditions. And with that, you have consistent results. You have consistent decisions. And again, you have a clear path from where the input went through to get the output. And this is, that's very powerful technology. And this Symbolic AI has started as like this is an expert systems field. But one part of this area is about sharing knowledge through models. And I think that's where I want to emphasize here, because this is even more powerful, in my opinion. And we'll go through this in more details in the next few slides, and we'll see this working live. One advantage when you're having, again, the baseline is have a symbolic AI, structured data. But when you have the knowledge shared through models, they are easier to understand. You have faster reviews, you reduce errors, and you have improvement of development time. And those, especially, we are talking especially on graphical modeling, that you can bring in external stakeholders to understand how the systems or the applications are built. I think that is also where things become even more interesting, because it is not only technical, because yes, you can do technical rules, writing kind of like you do in Java, using rules, for instance, and there are other rule languages out there, expert systems. But one magical way, one interesting way to approach the same type of problem is through this graphical modeling, because you bring in people from the business side. They are able to understand visually how the decisions are made, and not only decision, how the process, how the application, you open the hood of your application to the business people. So you bridge the gap between business analysts and technical implementations. And you create intuitive diagrams that it's easier to explain why such a thing happened. And you eliminated that translation error between you read a text file that's very technical, like with conditions and pattern matching, with a visual representation. And there are different types of graphical modeling. And back to Karina question, why I'm not just surfing the hype and just to have it accepted, because I'm bringing in technology that is very well established, and one of them is BPMN.
But wait, before you go further, when you said that Drew's is like GoFi, right? Like the good old fashioned AI. How can you remove all the like the bad thoughts that people have towards applications that are not trendy, like oh shiny, glittery, like it's very new? The thing is, the thing that I would like you to make clear for the people who are watching us today, either in the morning, the night, the afternoon, I don't know, is why is something that has been around for so long still around if we got cool new stuff like LLMs? Just because of the nature of the algorithm, that is the key difference. What is the thing, like the cherry on the cake?
Good question. And I think, especially when you get more senior, oops, I'm back. I think you, as especially as you are more senior, one of the roles that you have is to balance those things. You cannot just ignore new technology. Then you are killing your career. If you want to be around for a long time in technology, you always have to embrace. But at the same time, you cannot just blindly embrace technology just for the sake to use something new to put in your resume. So
I have heard all the developer advocates saying that about microservices throughout the time, right? But still, microservices didn't kill monoliths.
no. And again, you have, especially on this line of thought here, that symbolic AI with AI, you are combining both. You are combining something that is very down to earth to something that is magical. And you build a solution, because technology, when you're doing your job as an architect, you are solving a business problem. So that is the goal as a software architect. You are solving a business problem.
Just to give some background here, and then I will leave the stage and let you go. But guys, Porcelli has been he used to be for many years the architect of Red Hat products used across the globe. Later on, for many years, he actually led all the architecture of one of the IBM products. So he does have some like some how do we say that? Baggage, yeah. He has some weight on his words here. Just trust him. Okay?
Thank you, Karina. It feels a little bit old again, but that's fine. Um, but that's also perspective. We, as a more senior developers or engineers or architects, we want to balance this out. And one way, and I'll touch in a second, more specific about this. But let me finish and wrap up this thought, especially beginning with the BPMN model. BPMN has been around for a long time. And it's really well established. It's an open specification by OMG, is an industry standard, and it has the power that is a graphical model, but has execution on that. So if you bring up a BPMN in the technical level, because there are layers that you can abstract the process, business process. When you go down to earth or something that you are executing or define your system, you can use a BPMN to model how your system behaves. And one big advantage of that is because it gives visual representation how the system interacts within that system or to external entities. Let me let me share my, let's stop for a second a little bit at this. And let me show some things that I find very interesting about this type of models. So you have it here. Just 1 second. Let me open another application here. You have this process. That's basically how it goes for a new hire. The process should be self-explainable, but let's walk through quickly on that. So you have a process, you're hiring someone, you have a new hiring input, and then you check some basic requirements. If it goes through, if it doesn't match, so it goes for an application denied. Otherwise, you create a basic offer based on the input data. And there is some logic here. I'm not going to that details right here. That's not the goal. But then you go for HR interview, IT interview to ended up or being rejected or being sending an offer. That's a process. But one thing that I want, very basic, but one interesting aspect I want to show you that things start to be interesting. Let me download this file. And let me bring in my Cloud Desktop application. And I'll get this, 1 second, this BPMN. Can you help me explain this model? When you're dealing with LLMs, there's a little bit of level of difficult to see what's coming out. But as you can see, well, it's working. Everything's up and running. Last week we have an outage, but now it's working. Great. So I just gave the LLM the XML file that represents that BPMN model. And based on that, it's able to explain what's going on. You see, like detailed explanation. And this is the first interesting aspect of this type of technology model with graphical models, because they, in my perspective, they provide the right level of abstractions that can be shared with users. Because if you, like, LLMs are very powerful to reasoning about the text. So you can get a system, a code from Java application and share with anyone and say, explain me this code. It will do a relatively good job to explain, but it will explain everything about that. What means is it's going to go infrastructure layers. You're going to be business logic, like everything is mixed out. When you have these isolated business models or models in general, they are give you the right level of abstraction that you can be shared. So if you build a system that expose this type of information with LLMs, those can explain to your users or other stakeholders how the process is going, what's next, how it offers, like all the things are able to be explainable. And because, again, the powerful to leverage on a specification is because as of today, majority LLMs, if not all, have already loaded the information about the specifications into them. So you can take this and build solutions that are conversational, you leveraging your process. Okay, so this is just a beginning of a thing. Let's go back to the slides and answer a little bit of the question that was brought by Karina, which is, oops, 1 second. Okay, now you're talking me, telling us about BPMN. But there is new world of agentic workflow, and NHN is one a good example. Why not just use those type of technology instead of BPMN? And the first thing that I want to highlight, that's the elephant in the room, why you leverage something that feels old, right? Instead something that's more modern or feels modern, is because they are acting in different levels of abstraction. When you're designing, especially using BPMN, the focus is define how your system should behave. And again, remember that's predictability is like a deterministic behavior. You define how your application is behaving. And more specifically, especially how BPMN has been implemented the recent years, especially, and again, on the Apache Key group that I've been part of for many, many years, what now I am part of BPMC. The focus is on technical implementation, but instead you do all the glue code of your application through code, of course, you can leverage these models to orchestrate your own application. And again, this defines how your application behaves. In a different level of abstraction, to interact with your application, you can leverage those agentic workflows technology. So they operate in different layers, and they can work really well together. Because to interact with BPMN systems, like your application, you provide APIs, and those APIs can be exposed to agentic workflow agents. They are able to interact with your application. Moving on the topic. Well, what is this? Okay, here. Another type of model that we have is DMN. It's another specification from OMG as a standard. It's an vendor neutral, and what I'd say what is different from BPMN is because BPMN in the spec, it defines the general behavior of the nodes or the interactions, but do not define in the spec itself the execution semantics. This is up to every single vendor to implement differently. DMN, it's an evolution for that because the execution itself is built in the spec, which gives even more power that you have in the BPMN. Because BPMN, you have the language in the model, but the execution, you have the vendor extensions. DMN, by itself, you have the not only the semantics of the model, but the semantics of the execution is also covered. So you have portability across different vendors, which is super, super powerful. We don't have vendor locking. And similar, let me break this again. bring in a model. Let me see if I have here. Okay, I have the discount policy model. That this model defines discounts. So based on two inputs, what's the client tier and the transaction, you will define a final discount. And you have intermediate decisions. Each square or rectangle node here defines a decision. And you can associate, here you have the relationship discount, and you have the value discount. So client tier, it's an object that defines what type of clients you are. So regular clients, VIP customers, and things like that. And you can take an account based on that relationship, which is defined here. You can define base discount. The same will happen for transactions. Transactions, like how much that transaction will be. And based on that, on some value parameters, you can give some range of discounts. And on the top, you have the final discount. You basically do some math between the two discounts and come up with the final one. This is very interesting and powerful because you can try something like this. And here we go. You have, like if I go for a premium customer, I have the final discount as 0.77, so 7.7%. But if I have a VIP, I have a 14.7 discount. And one thing that this type of technology allows us, again, this is executable technology, we can go one step further. We can enable this to communicate, and not only to be reasoned by LLMs, but we can integrate this technology with LLMs. And that's the demo that I will start now, doing live code. It's a little bit scary, but let's see how it goes. I will select the Intelligent Decision Service, which will create a project for me. And I'll explain in a second what that project means. I am just doing one. Let me bring my VS Code here, 1 second. Okay, I have a project. This is a regular Spring Boot application that has the discount policy here, that the same model that we were exploring. And this is a regular Java Spring application using, in this case, Apache Key, but we have some additional things that we'll see in a second running. And what I will do now is I will do a Spring Boot run, and I'll have this application running. And part of this application running, I want, as I mentioned before, I want to interact with it using LLMs. And here we go. Let me bring it back, my Claude application. 1 second. Let me, 1 second. Let me bring, okay, sorry. Too many windows. So at this point, I have my application up and running that is exposing only this model. Nothing more than that. It's very simple. It's a Cogito-based application using rules and DMN. So pretty simple. But what this application has is that it has a MCP integration with LLMs. And here we can go and check the tools that are available through MCP. MCP, if you're not aware, it's like the hottest topic in AI. It's the ability to, it's a protocol that basically exposes things to LLMs. And in this particular application here, we are exposing every DMN to LLMs using MCP. And here is the idea to give you how powerful these technologies can be in the context of LLM interactions. So we have a set of things like, can you explain to me the discount policy? And if everything goes well, it will leverage the MCP protocol to collect information and understand that model and explain it to me. Takes a little bit. So this is the interaction between the MCP and the LLM with using the backend. Let's see how it goes. Sometimes this breaks. It's not much reliable. In the desktop application, if you have a dedicated MCP client, it's much more reliable. I think I'll have to start it again. Like the demo, let's see. It's going there again. Something. Okay, so now it is giving me the explanation based on the decision. So client tiers defines all the client tiers available. It tells me the discount, the transaction amount, the relationship, the client tier. Again, these models are great for the level of abstraction that you want to expose. And last but not least, I am a VIP customer and want to make an order of 10,000. Do I get any discount? And what's doing here? This is not computing by itself. It is executing through the MCP protocol the model that we have. So this 14.7% is actually the final discount that the model that we defined here is in result. So we can go back to here and say 10,000, you see the 14.7% of discount. And these iterations between these technologies are very powerful. Here is, of course, an example, but you can have many other applications of this technology. One example could be, another example could be a mortgage processor that has underwriting division. You can provide all your policies through these models, being BPMN, DMN, whatever, and expose them to the underwriting team. They can apply the policies based on what they have. And you can even go even further, like you upload to the LLMs, all the documentation of the applicant to the underwriting, and then the writer can have a conversation, leverage your policies to build the final decisions, or to help the guide on the decision side. Well, this can be very, very powerful. So let's bring it back and wrap up now. Let me find, I have so many windows. So this presentation I was using for the demos, I was using Apache Key technology, the Drools rule engine, using Cogito, also GBPM on this. This is a well-established technology that has moved to Apache Foundation a couple of years ago. And this again, it's implemented standards like BPMN and DMN. And you also have the powerful Drools DRL language. So LLMs, BPMN, DMN are better together. You have a lot to leverage and to have the combination of these technologies. And what you before had trouble to bring the AI to your core business, right now your executives can be shocked at how powerful solutions you can build combining these technologies, building hybrid solutions, or more technically, neurosymbolic AI. So that's basically it. I'm Alex Porcelli. I've been working on symbolic AI related for almost 20 years now, involved directly with rules, leading products in Red Hat and IBM for the last 10 plus years. And that's it. As I wrote in this slide, an old dog can learn new tricks. And open for questions.
I'm glad that my mic was off. New old dog can learn new tricks. Okay, yeah, indeed. So this is what was a very cool session, Porcelli, because you did mention so many different areas here. And as the opening talk, I think that if the people who are watching maybe got felt like, oh my gosh, I don't know what is this, I don't know what is that. This is your like the seed Porcelli planted on your head for you to go research or to reach out to him so that you can discuss more about the topic. So Porcelli, if you want to drop your social media handles on the chat, feel free to do so.
I will
I don't
do
know.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you can put it on this public one, but you can put it on the private and I can drop it there for the people. But there's something interesting that you mentioned there, not directly related to the super cool cloud demo that you've made, demo, yeah, but actually to Apache Foundation. So wait, so how did this all happen? You said many years ago. How it because and the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I know there are many people on the chat here who are very keen, like and interested in open source and in contributing as well. So you have worked on a technology, three technologies or four that started like in the JBoss era and went all the way to go into the Apache. So if you could just share some thoughts on this, I think it would be also very cool to the people watching. How
Absolutely.
did you make this become true? Like make your project part of Apache?
Yeah. I was part of the group of people that made the move from Drools, that was kind of independent project, sponsored heavily by Red Hat. And there was a point in time that there was a decision to move it to a foundation. And giving the affinity, especially with Camel in the time, that was already Apache Foundation based. The leadership group around the key technology, decided to go forward to Apache Foundation, and we applied for the incubation. Apache
So
Key.
wait, people have never heard about that term. What is an Apache incubator? Just give
Okay.
like a very quick brief in case anybody
Yes.
wants to bring their project to Apache.
Okay. So a few years ago, there was a process, and this is slightly changed, but in general terms, it's still the same thing. Um, you be onboarded in a foundation, especially in Apache, you have a process, and this process you go through what's called incubation. The name is actually podling. You become a podling.
Just a second
Um,
before you go ahead. Guys, for everybody who's here on the chat, we have many speakers from the Eclipse Foundation that will be joining us throughout the week. But Porcelli is probably one of the few who are actually part of a PPMC group in Apache. We have some others, but since we still got some free minutes here, I would like for him to share these insights with you as well, just to start some bringing some extra insights on top of AI and Java and all this cool stuff, right? Because nobody said a talk on open source, so why not you, Porcelli?
no, Good point, Karina. And I pause it here and say, get involved with open source. These can change lives. It changed my life, and I know changes so many people's life. It is maybe in the beginning it feels a little bit overwhelming to get started. Like you get any code base is huge, it's complex, that's everywhere. But with certain level of guidance that you always find in community, you always have good community members that will help new contributors, and this can have a huge impact in your life. Like it had in mind had so many people, so I couldn't recommend enough to go and try and invest your time on open source,
No
because
matter
one
if the
aspect.
person is just starting or even if they are already creating products, right, Porcelli?
Oh, absolutely. Doesn't matter your level. You always contribute to that because you have a very rich experience. You have first, depending on the community, you have people around the world that you connect. So this is give you enough like exposure to different cultures, different ways to think, like code base wise as well. So you learn new techniques, you learn new ways, and you also see, and that's another thing, um, everyone becomes just people. You don't like put people in a different level, and you learn that those people that you may, oh, they are gods, they are like, they also write bad code. Everyone writes bad code, because it's not about the person, it's the circumstances where that code was written. So you learn a lot to interact with the code bases and people, and all these iterations are, it's huge. And another perspective is the best way you have. And I don't want to steal thunder from Bruno. Bruno is the perfect guy for talk about Kahir, but Bruno Souza. But when you have active contribution to open source, you own your career in a different level, because you you bring it with you wherever you are going, because you may have done amazing things in a company, but that amazing things mostly stays in that company, has little visibility to the rest of the world. And you have
Especially as a developer. If you have like a closed source code, like nobody even knows what you're doing there or how you're helping everybody out. And
of
there's
course you
something
can
very important.
describe with what you did, and like
Yeah.
everyone understand that a good engineer will be able to describe, but even better if you can show the code.
No, not even that. The thing that I love the most about open source is actually all the interactions that also happen there. So people are just coming over, asking questions directly on the community list and getting questions directly from the people who actually code the software. And Otavio has a very great story he can tell about all about it later. But he didn't even know English when he started contributing, which is curious, very courageous of him, like very brave. But it just means that everybody can help. So, Porcelli, just to wrap up, if you could to wrap up the open source topic, if you could share just some maybe resources or thoughts, if people would like to get engaged with the Apache Key community, maybe how can they do that, or if they want to see the discussions, or what do you?
You go to keyapache.org and you have the website. In the website, you have links for the mailing list. It's very active, the dev mailing list. You have also very active the Zulip channel with a chat that is very active as well. And we have some other mailing lists that are old, that is still alive, and there's a transition. Drools has been around for almost 20 years, if not 20 years. It's not that simple to move houses. Like it's like open heart surgery to change everything to comply to a new house, like to comply to new rules and new policies that are from Apache Software Foundation. And talking about this transition, that when we start talking about the open source, we became incubation a couple of years ago. We are still incubation, and people, the thing that people always ask me, oh, so I cannot use in production because it is still incubating. That's not true. That's not related. The incubation process more towards the policies of the Apache Foundation. And we have one policy that is a little bit harder to go through, which is the dependencies. To be graduated in Apache, all your dependencies has to be Apache licensed or compatible to Apache licensed. And we have one that is a big deal that's probably everyone knows, Hibernate. Hibernate until last month was LGPL. There is a new version of Hibernate that was released as an Apache licensed, and it will eventually be adopted by us, and this will enable Apache Key to graduate to become a top level project. This is today the biggest barrier to graduation. And again, it's the same code base that has been in production for the last 20 years that is named incubation, but it's basically what's happening is policies, not the code.
That is so interesting, Porcelli. And by the way, since you mentioned Hibernate, the guy who's here on the backstage has been working with a lot of persistence libraries, but not only that, also even the specification. And he's also working on some stuff in Apache, so I'll bring him on board just for us to do this transition very smoothly, like we always do, especially because I know you guys know each other way before I got to know the both of
Oh,
you.
Porcelli, yeah.
Hello, welcome on board, Otavio.
Thank you. I mean,
Okay.
he talking about be old. Right now, I'm writing the specification of NoSQL database. But the person who introduced me NoSQL when I was university student was this guy right here.
Oh my God! Today you're
Porcelli,
really
everybody
want me.
just we are just telling everybody about your age. It looks like.
I hear you. And I remember one thing, Otavio, every time that we meet, I talk about that, and you
Yes,
probably know what I'm talking about.
I know.
I was in my 30s, and I go to Salvador to meet Otavio. He was doing a local branch of NoSQL meeting, and it was great. He was always great on community engagement and all these things. And we meet in there, and again, I'm on my 30s, and he was a little bit younger, and he said, well, it's too old. 30 is too old for being a developer. Oh my goodness, no, there's no way. And like time passed, and that was like, time will come, you get at the 30s, and then we talk it again. I had the pleasure to continue have the friendship with Otavio many times after he turns 30 and say, what do you think about now, Otavio? You are over your 30s. It's okay to be a developer, I think, right?
It's so wonderful to be a developer at that time.
Yeah.
You will make the people who are over 30s sad on the chat because I'm like thinking about it now. Oh my gosh. Anyways, guys. So yeah, I think this is
Actually, it's a
very
quite opposite. It's like you have a very different feel of the world when you are the 20s. And when you pass
Yes.
the 30s, you just get more maturity. You become a much, but not much better developer.
yeah, you
Yes.
start seeing things for what they are, not just following the herd effect or following trends just because, right? You see things for what they are.
Yes.
And this connection, guys, that you're seeing here right now is just an example of open source contribution as well. Because all of this happened because of open source. We just got to connect with each other in different scopes, completely different timelines, because of open source, right, Otavio? And I was
Yeah, yeah.
telling
I
them about
mean,
your first contribution. You can talk about it later
yeah,
in your
yeah.
Friday
But
session.
I mean, we are talking about contribution, and because Porcelli contributions on the Brazilian community, Brazil start to use NoSQL database. I mean, he was the one who wrote those introduction of NoSQL database. He was the one that bring people with relevance to Brazil. Spend his free time to do that on São Paulo. I mean, he went to Salvador as well. And one curious point is I'm Salvador. I was born in Salvador, but My first time ever that I have eaten moqueca was with Porcelli. I remember the restaurant was Ki Moqueca.
I remember that.
Yes, 10 years ago, 12 years ago. I don't remember precisely the time, but it's
It's
over a decade for
it's
sure.
probably more than that, Otavio. It's probably
Oh,
Guys,
more.
yes.
stop bragging about your experience, okay?
No,
So
no,
let
my point
me.
here, Karina, is more about how we can connect with relevant people sharing knowledge. I mean, Pochette inspired me in a lot of points, including be a better developer. And it happened because he started contributing on that time to share the knowledge.
But
And
people
because he
feel
was
they
great,
feel embarrassed to do that. They think they're not good, and they will feel like ashamed to send any type of comment, even question sometimes.
yes. I mean, just because he was great, I could inspire by him and then try to be close as possible of him. So that's the power of open source, guys.
So,
And
guys, Porcelli, actually, if you had any final thoughts, two thoughts I would like from you now. Otavio, I'll put you here on the side with me. Let me
Okay,
see if I
okay.
can do that. No, no, you'll be here with me. Let's just give this.
Ah,
Yeah, I'm getting good at this stuff. So, Porcelli, I would like two final thoughts from you before we wrap up and transition to Otavio's session. I would like you to share um, why, like just the closing, like the key takeaway. Why should people just not adopt LLMs and that's it? Why should they still think about using the like any other type of AI, like the symbolic AI, for instance? This is thought one. And thought two is what was the impact of the transition to Apache for you as the architect of this solution so that you can inspire other architects to bring their projects also to the open source world?
okay.
I gotta give you the hard questions. You're my friend.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so a few takeaways. Why not only LLMs? Because again, is our role as senior engineers or architects is looking more than just the hype. You need to build business solutions that fit a business need. You shouldn't look at technology adoption through the eyes to make something cool in your resume. It should be part of delivering value. As of now, the technology, the best way to do that always, not only today, actually, over the years, you always want to look ahead, but leverage also what's well-funded technology. So it's our role to balance these things, and that's the key takeaway. You don't necessarily need to use these models, although I am 100% back on this for my bias, but you always have to look around and look beyond what's the hype. You need to balance it out. In terms of Apache, that's interesting. You, the first thing, it's awesome, but it's complicated as well. You start building on the open in a much more bigger scale. When you go to a foundation that is well established and well structured, you have the governance model, you have to adopt that, you have some policies in place. It goes beyond a group of people or sponsored by a company. So you have to be much more thoughtful how you express. In the past, especially on the Druze and GBPM community, there was a lot of decisions that were made in meetings, in company meetings, in Red Hat times, which was good for the technology. It was always positive and thinking always to progress the technology, but it was not discussed in the open. It was a group of people, or especially on the leadership group, that was taking the decisions. Now you step into a new world of foundations and a more established ecosystem with proper governance. You have these conversations in the open all the time. So the mailing list is the place that you have those discussions. Those discussions sometimes are heated, but actually that heated debates also happened behind the scenes. Now it's just more open. Open source is not always rainbows and unicorns. Sometimes there are some really interesting discussions, sometimes heated discussions. But if you look and think that everyone is trying to do their best, or bring their beliefs that are the best for the moving forward, if you have that, you have some level of respectful environment when you move forward, and have these frameworks that you go through for the governance and some policies like the dependencies. It's quite interesting. There are some challenges associated with that. Our pros and cons, always trade-offs. One pros is being the open. The cons is that you don't just have a decision to be made. So they are to do decisions, you have to vote, especially are containing decisions. You have to have more convincing. You have to do more convincing. The mailing lists, all the communication are written, so you have to be very thoughtful how you write to be properly understood by other members of the community. So there's quite an investment there. But again, I think it brings you to a different level. And that's it.
Awesome, very cool. Thank you, Porcelli, for the insights, for the thoughts, and for the amazing knowledge you have shared with us today. I'm sure that not only the people who were live, but also the ones who are watching this afterwards will have a lot of cool ideas, maybe even questions to share with you later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karina. Thank you and so Java.
All right. Bye bye, Porcelli. Have a great day. Guys, now I will present to you our second speaker for the second session. Here with me, I have on the backstage, you already saw him, but for the people who are joining now, please ping your friends, share the link, bring everybody on board. We are just getting started on this amazing event that is going to last the whole week. Estamos só começando esse evento que vai durar a semana toda. I could even try myself on Spanish. I don't know if I would be able to do it, but my friend who's on the backstage, I bet who could say it in Spanish, Italian, French, Portuguese, and English. I don't know if he added any other language to his skill set, but he is a polyglot. Not only that, he has so many awards, I can't even count. For a very, very long time, he has been getting them consistently. You can find it all on his website if you're just curious, because this will save me some time on the introduction. Take a look at that link right there. You will see what I'm talking about. He is not only changing the future of Java itself, but he's helping so many people across the globe. He writes articles, blogs, books, like so many books. Otavio is the best. Our Brazilian influencer, rock star. Hello, Otavio. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, hello. Nice to be here. Uh, Super happy we should talk more about Java future, especially see good friends to your presentation like Porcelli was super good because remember me old times. It was
By the
super good
way,
to see.
like we are doing this all on the go, so if you can just pull your camera just a little bit to the bottom so you can be more on the center of the screen, that is going to be helpful.
Yeah,
Otherwise it will look like you're very short, but you are actually even higher, like taller than me. I look at you like this, so please. Thank you. This is better. So
better?
Otavio,
Okay.
I saw, and I'm in touch with the Eclipse Foundation team as well, guys. We have some updates, some cool gifts and things to come to share with you later on, some giveaways. But I know we have a new release of Jakarta EE coming soon. Michael is going to tell us all about it. But I know that one of the things in this release is very special to you, right? Like hearts about it.
Oh yes, Jacaradera is my baby. It was super great to see the release and having this amazing discussion with a lot of people inside huge organization like IBM, Red Hat, and so on. The technical part, I should say that was the easiest part when talk about specification The political was tough because we need to handle with people who has a huge background. I mean, the hibernate creator was against the specification.
Guys,
Yes.
he's telling us some spilling the tea here during the event. So basically, people who are that influential, like galera que criou o Hibernate, era contra a especificação do Jakarta Data. So people who created Hibernate was not in favor of Jakarta Data. That's what you mean?
Yes, it was super against.
So how could you
And
turn that around? Because that's like the soft skill at the highest level, right?
yes, political, being polite, listen to them. And right now, I can see the people who was against to a presentation, the Vox Belgian about the specification was, oh yes, now I complete my task. Because for me, when I run a specification, it is most important that we have more scalability. When I talk scalability, I mean people scalability, more people writing code, more people using code. You know, right, Karina? My first try will be to talk about Jakarta E11 and Jakarta data. Then I saw Mike and Max doing that. So okay, no, let they doing that, and then I can find another topic to share knowledge. So I'm
Guys,
totally happy.
this is the best thing ever. If you ever work with open source and you get to delegate the topic that you are actually like leading and working very actively on to community members and people who are now contributing to your stuff as well, not his because it's from Jakarta, but that's a very unique feeling. So let's talk about DDD then and leave Jakarta data for the other guys. But DDD, why should I even stop to and listen about your session? Everybody talks about DDD since forever. What is different about your session?
Because I have jobs.
That is the answer my friend would give.
Super technical stuff to say.
So, is this gonna be for beginners or for people who already heard about DDD but like don't
Oh
see?
yes, my first topic that I usually start with is doing two questions. Who have heard about TDD?
Domain
And I'm not
driven
talking.
design.
Yes, I'm not talking about the Invertel telephone in this case.
This joke
Yeah,
doesn't work in English.
but it does in Portuguese. We have Brazilian audience as well.
Okay, so
See?
drop in the chat, guys, if you already are familiar with domain driven design. Okay, not DDD 061 like from Brasilia and other stuff, but actually the practice. See, people are already laughing, Otavio. You're already triggering that feeling inside the Java community that only you can do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna share your screen. You can go ahead, share your thoughts.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll be around, okay?
Don't go! Don't go!
Please don't go. I'll be around. I'll be here
Okay,
with you.
okay. So I saw a couple people answer yes, I have heard about it. But Karina, how about you? Have you heard about domain-driven design?
Yes, at first it was very. When I first heard about DDD, I was working in a project in a client, leading a development team. I didn't have that experience yet with DDD, but I got to work with a project that had DDD on it, and it was very different to me the way everything was organized and why. But now that I actually studied it, I know that it was not because of DDD, but because people didn't know how to do DDD, and then it became just a mess.
Yes, in that comes a second question. Who are using correctly or properly domain-driven design?
Not even who, but how can I know that I'm using correctly? Is that what you're gonna teach us
Yes,
today?
exactly.
Yeah.
Because with this over decades of Java enterprise architecture, I could see a lot of people trying to use domain-driven design, and I could see a huge amount of mistakes doing domain-driven design. Uh, and my topic for today is exactly about that. How can I make sure that I have a huge scalability on domain-driven design. How can I make sure that everybody goes to the right direction? And naturally, how can I guarantee code quality that's close to the business, right? Because at the end, we need our salary, and the company needs a reason to give us this salary, right? So it's a win-win situation for us. And when I start talking about domain-driven design, I love to start with Simon Sinek, where I start with the why or the reason to writing the domain-driven design. And the main reason is because right now technology is a strategic resource. Everything right now is like Java, it's everywhere. So software is everywhere. And we could see the evolution of those topics. For example, Forbes in 2011 said every company is a software company. And if you are old like me, you remember some banks, some finance mentioned that, okay, no, we are not software company, we are blah, blah, blah company. But right now, it is impossible to have a company if without having some strategic software. And then we moved to CEO network with every company is a data company. And finally, because the COVID, no because of code, no because of everybody else, we could see that every business is a software business. So amazing guys, we are super important. We are rockstar because everything goes around software. It's impossible to think our life today if without software, right? But we have a big issue because we are not delivering software properly. We are not delivering what the client wants, right? So I could summarize this article happened every year by Forbes. As far I know, it's happened since I guess 2015. So it's the obstacle to have a successful software project. I usually love to summarize those 16 and just four and four categories because at the end, at the consequence, will be the same. So it changed a little bit from this year, but usually I can say that those are the four categories.
Otavio, the good thing is that at least they are spreading the FOMO, like splitting it between this and AI. Will be wait, don't use AI like that. You need to think about this. Now they can split the FOMO, right?
Yes, exactly. So we have a huge amount of meetings, design, create some diagrams, define some architecture to release what the client does not want. How amazing is that? It's like Karina and I going to restaurants, order some pizza, waiting for 3, 4 hours, and then receive a salad instead of pizza. And finally, we need to pay $1,000 for it. That's exactly what happened with software right now. So we have a huge amount of time wasted to one thing that the client does not want. Way Otavio. So if you are not delivering software, what are you doing instead? Complexities. So we are delivering a huge amount of complexity. As a consequence, we can see a poor collaboration between the product and engineering teams, especially because the engineering teams focus more in hypes, microservice, AI, LLM. Those two are important for sure, but they forget the business. And that's happened every single time. They focus more on clear architecture than what we need to deliver, what we need to release, and so on. And that's that, right? As I said, right now we are living in the complexity paradox because we have a huge amount of choice to frameworks, to language, to database, to styles, to architectural patterns, to design patterns, and so on. So each one should I choose? So that is the beginning of the paradox of choice. I can say that for me, it's happened all the time, especially every night that I want to chill a little bit. I sometimes spend 30 minutes to find a movie or a series because I need to check Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus to finally find something that I want to watch. And after 30 minutes choosing, I fall asleep in five. That is the issue of becoming old, right? So I spend more time choosing the movie than watching the movie itself. And that's exactly what happened with technology. So we have a huge amount of technology. The developer experience increased, the popularity. We have more companies coming. Usually they have the developer advocacy area with amazing evangelists, but sometimes they are selling some dreams, some hype, and people don't realize that until put on production, right? So the reality is everything has a trade-off. That includes these amazing new tools, right? But sometimes we don't realize that because we love hype. So I need to put integration with AI using blockchain, exploring RESTful application with Kubernetes and so on. If you're not doing that, I'm deprecated. And that's not true, right? My goal is to deliver what I need to deliver. And okay, Otavio, you said that we are spending a lot of time doing diagrams, designing, planning, but at least we are doing a good code, right? On reality, and unfortunately, no. We are not doing a good code. So you can see this book here, Tidy First from Kent Beck. He is the creator of Extreme Program and also the person who was one of Agile Manifesto creator. And as you can see in this highlight, he complains based on several research that the most expensive part of the software is the capability of change, and we are not able to do that. So if the business decide to change, we are in trouble. If for some reason the requirement is change, we are in trouble. And I'm only talking about the part of software. Oh, sorry, only the part of the business requirement. But how about software? Because we usually start with one Java version until you die in that project. And that naturally is wrong, right? Because we need to keep killing the technical depths. Otherwise, our software gonna do the software erosion. So the building evolutionary architecture explains the definition of the software rot or code rot, where we decrease the quality of the software. Is it is a slow deterioration of software quality over time. It doesn't matter how amazing you are, the software will decrease with the time, and you need to pay attention on that. But if you are including a huge amount of complexity, how you can handle with all of those things, all right? And okay, if you talk about the software engineering nowadays, you can see that in general we are wasting our time with meetings, creating some complexity that we don't need. Our software is not ready for change at all. We are creating some premature legacy, and finally, we are not achieving the client goals. So we are not giving what the client wants. And how bad could be that? How awful could be that? So super sad, right? I could even cry doing this kind of thing. And that's happening with software, right? So are we doing a software engineering? How can we survive with that? So I know that it is a huge amount of software engineering. I love this one here from David Farley. That is software engineering is the application of empirical scientific approach to find the efficient uh, economic solution to practical problems in software. So we must be efficient and be capable to do it to make our software makes sense to the business or to the organization itself. And that's where we supposed to use agile, right? Agile was born because of that in 2001, if I'm not mistaken. But on reality, we can see a huge amount of misunderstanding about what agile is. Unfortunately, Scrum became a waterfall of 2 weeks, and that's sad, but that is true. So this report comes from Digital AI 2023, so 2 years ago, where the organization still with a huge resistance to change. It's still a lack of leadership, especially with the flat organization. So the flat organization, in my opinion, is a nightmare because at the end we need someone in charge, and when we don't have it, we have like invisible leaders that usually go to burnout. So it's not health to keep doing the flat organization. But that's not the topic for today. But you can check on business, Harvard Business. I guess last year explained more about the fallacy of the flat organization. And usually 31% of the agile projects are successful. So by exception, the software succeed using agile. It is because agile is wrong? No. It is because people still using wrongly agile. And that's exactly what happened with domain-driven design. Because at the end, the main goal of domain-driven design is to make the software to meet the business requirements. So the mistakes using and provide by FOBs, the domain-driven design is the where we should solve it. This methodology and framework is where we should solve it. Um, as I mentioned before, the first question was, okay, who have heard about domain-driven design? Let's start with what is not domain-driven design, because we have a huge amount of definitions, amazing articles, but sometimes it got some wrong definition about domain-driven design. So what is not domain-driven design? First, it is not a technology framework only. So it is a framework, but it's not linked because you are using Spring or you are using Jakarta or you are using a specific framework. So there's no guarantee. If you are using Spring right now, we have the repository interface. You can use it, and even use it, you are not using domain-driven design. This has been happening with Jakarta data, right? So you can have this repository, but even use this framework specification, you're not able to say that you are using properly domain-driven design. The second one is because you have those terminologies inside your code base, it does not mean that you are using domain-driven design properly. It's a language agnostic, so it's not related to Java only. So if you're using Kotlin, Groovy, PHP, and so on, you can or you cannot use domain-driven design. It's not linked with microservice, but
Otavio,
microservice was inspired by
I
domain-driven
can
design.
or cannot use. That's what you say. But should I use no matter the language? Is that something you would recommend to always do? Or on this particular case, like, is that your position on this particular case, or do you stick to the everything has the right moment and place, trade
No,
offs?
no. Java is the best language in the world.
No, DDD. Java is the de facto, but I mean DDD.
Domain-driven design, you can apply in almost all the projects. I can say that because it is agnostic language, it is agnostic framework. At the end, the goal is to extract information, put in the software.
All right, but should we? Because we can also implement everything with microservices or monoliths. But would you say that it's good to do that, like most of the times if we can, or we need to think about
Yes.
the times we could do it?
I dare to say that in software architecture we have the trade-off that's happen often.
Yes.
But about domain-driven design, I could say the majority of the projects could use domain-driven design if without hesitation.
Perfect. Okay, so go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
As
no,
usual,
no,
it's
go
just
ahead.
to break your line of thought, so you have to think, oh my gosh, where
Yes.
I was.
So it's not related to microservice. It's not code only. The goal is not to increase the complexity of the code. Indeed, the opposite. So I start explaining what is not domain-driven design. Let's start with what is on reality domain-driven design. So domain-driven design is the goal to define your code design through domains. And domains, I'm talking about the business organizations or requirement domains. The main goal is to do the transfer knowledge between people. So you have the domain experts, or you can call a PO, PM, whatever, where you're going to transfer knowledge to move to your software. So the majority of the projects that you are using in software architecture right now could use domain-driven design if without any kind of hesitation. Domain-driven design has two, I can say, levels of domain-driven design: the strategy one and also the tactic one. The strategic one is the most important because it is how you're gonna write our code. For me, the strategic domain-driven design is the biggest mistake when implementing domain design because on the good path it should be the majority of the time be discussing the strategic domain design, so the language, the terminology, the context mapping, the definition of domains and subdomains and so on. However, we most of the time are discussing more code than those business definitions. Okay, and that for me it is the biggest mistake. So we need to understand the domain of the organization, subdomains, and so on. Talking about subdomains, you have at least three types. So the Eric Evans book mentioned three types: the core, that is the most important thing, the unique of the company organization; the generic, it is common for all organizations, it could be a standard business; and the supporting subdomain. It is important to highlight that every organization has different subdomain types. For example, on e-commerce, my core is my search engine, my recommendation engine, and my payment method is important. However, I might want to use some third API library. So I could use Stripe, PayPal, and so on. So it is important, but it's generic. It should not be where I should put more energy there. So I should work more on the core because this one has the business differentiation. So and naturally the support domains. So it's an activity that I don't bring me some competitive like message communicating if I order something by my e-commerce and so on. But if I change my organization, for example, imagine that I'm working in a payment provider such as PayPal and Stripe. The payment method is not generic subdomain anymore. It's become my core because the payment method for PayPal and Stripe are the engine in where they make money, right? The communication is generic or supporting. But if I'm working in a communication company, the communication becomes a core subdomain. So as you can see, when you define those subdomains, I can identify where I should pay more attention, where I can put more priority on my task, and so on. So first step, strategic, define the subdomains. I couldn't stand where I should pay more attention, and then move on to the next step. Again, we have the business logic complexity, we have the business differentiation. Usually the core is the one that it has the high business complexity and as well high or higher business differentiation. So spend time on that instead of spending time on definition of microservice, LLM, and so on. With that on your mind, it is important to have a common language to communicate with the business. This way you can transfer knowledge easily between you, the domain expert, and your code. So Karina loves these words, especially because I usually don't say it correctly. So let me try at one, two, three. Ubiquitous language.
No, no, this time you're joking. I'm sure you're joking. You are joking.
Ubiquitous.
You still haven't learned this word, Otavio. It's been so long since we were on a live stream. Ubiquitous, I think. Maybe I'm also saying
You
wrong.
say
We need
wrong.
a native speaker. We will need to wait for Michael to teach us.
Yes, yeah. What's the right way to say that, Mike? Please support us. But anyway, the main goal here is to define the common terminology between you and the domain expert, especially because there are a couple words that I can have different meanings. So bright, so can be because of light or because the person is smart. Ajax is my favorite sample here. So as you can see, it could be a clean product, a circuit team, or the technology that everybody hates, right? What can I say? So if I'm the soccer place in Amsterdam, probably I will talk about the team. But if I'm cleaning my house, I could talk about the product. And naturally, when I'm doing some software, uh, I'm talking about the technology that everybody hates. So eight single words, three different meanings, as you can see. And based on that, you can define this subset of the context because, as I said, the same word with different context has different meanings. Thank you, Michael. So Karina was doing wrong. I'm glad to say that. Take it, Karina. Face the reality that you was wrong. So hopefully it's recorded. So I'm so glad that I can put in the YouTube short for a long time. So
This is my
base
face to you. Soon, Michael will jump in the call and we will see. We will see.
he already said. So please put that to highlight. I thought I will pronounce it fairly well. Thank you, the reality. But anyway, return to the presentation. Um, the same word, different meanings. So you can use to define the context. And naturally, when talk about software systems with a huge complexity, we will talk about integrations as well. So my core will talk with some third library APIs and things like that. And we have patterns to guarantee that communication. So shared kernel, customer suppliers, conformists, uncorruption layers, published language. So based on that, based on my context, when I communicate with another systems or subdomains inside my organization as well, I can use those patterns to communicate. Okay, Otavio, you mentioned that strategic is the core. Yes, and your goal is to extract the knowledge for domain experts, understand, make sure that everybody understood as well, and then moving forward to the software. There are a couple ways to do it. I saw the agile people loving the brainstorming. For me, this one is the best way, especially because it is the most ancient and the most mature technology that we as humankind have. Okay? The capability of telling histories. We know the Greek mythology, even before the written technology. So the capability of telling stories is crucial for us as human. This one here is the domain storytelling, where you're gonna use the storytelling to tell a business requirement. It has a code that will generate this graph, so you can put this task or this store inside a kit, making it kit a source of truth, where you can see that I have a store here and the steps. So the definition of domain-driven design is about one, the domain expert tells a domain story to developer, that two draws a domain story, and finally, the domain expert will read and correct if they understood uh, um, correctly.
I
So,
will have to
base.
stop. I will have to stop putting things on the screen because you'll get lost in your train of thought. So
It was like Mortal Kombat. Just it didn't appear. But anyway, uh, I forget what I was saying. Oh yes. uh, we have this as one way, an easy way to extract information, because I have the domain expert that tells domain story to developer, draws domain stories, and domain expert will read and correct the domain stories. So if I convert that to the domain on the tactical way, I have the entities here. So I have my domain expert as an entity, a developer as entity. I can have the service clear here. So the domain expert has this method that tells stories to the developers and so on. So the storytelling is the most ancient and the most mature technology that we have. And why not using that to the software? So domain storytelling is also a book where you can learn and apply more those knowledge on your days. So, okay, I spent a lot of time talking about the strategic because, again, it is the most important part of doing software with domain design, and it is where people usually misunderstand or forget the step. Based on the knowledge that you have the capability to define the entity, the class that has a identifier and lifecycle, the service, so the aggregate, where you can have the aggregation of entity, the value object, you can define easily as a type, for example, money, color, and so on. Service is one way to handle the entities and something that's more complex that you should not put in the entity itself. Usually, domain design goes more to rich model. That means you can put several behaviors beyond getters and setters. Indeed, avoid to use getters search as much as possible. So use when you really need to use, especially the setters. Okay, the repository, the communication to do to this database source. So it could be SQL, NoSQL, and so on. uh, I guess Michael will talk more about Jakarta data and he will explain more about this static way. Max as well tomorrow, I guess, right, Karina? We'll cover more about those details of how to put repository in practice in Jakarta, factories, and events. So I have those here as, again, the second step. So you understood, and then you finally go to the code and why it is important. So this data comes from a philosophy of software design book where you have two type of ways to do software or write software. The tactical, that is only focused on get things done, and the strategic, that yes, we need to understand, we need to have things done as well, but we could understand that software engineering goes beyond code. Understand the requirement is part of your job as well. There's no about, there's no more it depends. making the right question is part of your job. So being strategic means exactly that. And the book says that usually we have a tactical tornado in every organization. Who is this person? This person is a person who is super fast to do some task, and he has a huge power to every code make this code totally understandable, totally
Are
hard to
you
read,
are you a
totally.
tactical tornado? Otavio, tornado hurricane coming through the.
Sometimes, sometimes.
Okay.
And when I said that definition of theoretical tornado, if nobody comes of your team in your mind, is because probably it's you, the tactical tornado. So don't blame yourself for that. So stop to focus on the tactical and go more to the strategic of the mid-range design. So this presentation goes more exactly about that. Be strategic all the time. But once you are on the tactical writing some code, have some way to guarantee the quality. Yes, pull requests, code review are amazing to increase the quality. However, you can put some automation on this process as well. As first step, what I recommend to you are those four tools: Arc Unity, PMD, Check Style, and JMolecules. So, for example, here, using JMolecules, I can put some architecture evidence inside my class. As you can see here, I'm using the entity from JMolecule, the identity from JMolecules. There are also another annotation such as service repositories to define with the architectural evidence annotation driven way. So Otavio, I put those annotation. What can I do next? So you can, using Arc itself, validate if you are using properly domain-driven design. So as you can see here, I'm doing some integration sample test where I'm analyzing the package expert.os.samples, where I'm running two architecture evidence. The first one is domain-driven design rules, checking out. They will analyze based on those annotations. And then we have the layer architecture. So if you check, for example, if your entity contains HTTP request or HTTP import as well. So naturally it should have it. Or if I have my entity and this entity does not have an ID. So based on that, you can check several rules. You don't need to verify that in every single pull request. You can put those as a library test. I do that a lot. And when run, it's gonna break the build. So you don't need to waste some people time to review the code quality because you have the minimal requirements to achieve with the code design using JMolecules, for example. Naturally, you have the static source validation using PMD, where you can check that codes, securities, overcomplexed expressions, and so on. So we have several types and several styles on PMD. You can put those categories. I usually put code design, security, and performance. This way, if there is some SQL injection, my build's gonna break. If there is some HTML injection, my build's gonna break, and so on. So those are amazing to save people's time. And naturally, and it's natural that every organization has the conventions inside the company, right? So the technology, the size of the classes, the size of the number of parameters, argument, and so on. So you can use check style to create these style validations. Okay. And naturally, for me, it is the most important. You can validate that using Arc Unity. So, for example, if you are using Jakarta, you can make sure that if the class has NT annotation, it shouldn't have the get annotation as well, because an entity should not have the get, or make sure that um, if you're using hexagonal model, you can make sure that the entity does not go beyond the port, or you're not using in the wrong place. So Archient can help you to define these rules, including the rules of domain-driven design. Okay, I enjoy a lot the G molecules, especially because you can put architecture definition inside your code, architecture definitions. So there is this book here that is the Just and Ops of Architecture, and he explains about the code language gap. For example, when you do some soft architecture design, we talk a lot about components. However, for example, Java does not have the component keyword. We talk a lot about modules. Yes, Java has module right now, but usually not the same context of the architectural design or architectural level. So you can use annotations to put more architecture evidence in your code. That include naturally the focus of today. It is domain-driven design. Yes, I know that when talk about domain-driven design, people usually go only to the code. That is a mistake. If you check the definition of software architecture, you can see a huge amount of definitions like the design that is hard to change, the collection of design, um, the design that is super to change records a huge impact, and so on. Um, but at the end, the architecture is more about two or three rules. Understand that everything has a trade-off, and the reason to write code is more important than how. Okay, so okay, if you want to achieve the business requirement, doesn't matter if you write a perfect code in Java. I still don't achieving the business requirement. And usually, when you write design codes like community design, we eventually will impact the software architecture. As if you do some software architecture decision, we will eventually impact the code design. So this book is amazing. It is a head for software architecture, and it brings a concept that I'm using a lot right now. That is the soft architecture and design goes both go more often to spectrums, where eventually I will talk some change something that will impact the design and so on. And naturally, one thing that I know mostly of developers don't enjoy, that is documentation. But the goal here is to avoid one thing that we hate even more, that is meetings, right? So we hate documentation, but we hate even more meetings. So we write documentation with the reason to write the repository. I will recommend to start with those four. So it's documentation in the code, not explaining what is getters, setters, or constructor, but using Java docs to explain business requirements, change log what was included, change version by version, readme, the reason for having this repository, and finally, if you're writing some open API, you can use an open API documentation to make sure that everybody understood. And again, ours linked with the business using the same terminology. So buy something, if you're talking about e-commerce, pay something, if you're talking about the payment methods, and so on. And naturally, you have the documentation in architectural perspective, so SQL model, tech radar, ADR, and so on. And finally, as I said, domain-driven design goes beyond one software architecture style. You can combine domain-driven design with those architecture patterns. So you can use with CQRS, layer architecture, microkernel, microservice. The book by Eric Evans mentioned 3 layers you can use, or you can use even the design, MVP, and so on. Naturally, a lot of people are talking about clean architecture. This is the definition of the book. But yes, if you wish, you can combine that with clean architecture as well. Um, the point here is be ready for change because your business will change. The humankind is changing. The whole society is changing. It's natural that is your organization will change eventually. Your business will change eventually. So be ready for change. Do a evolutionary software is part of your job. So uh, have the art or the usual habits to refactor some code. Okay, so the legacy modernization is also crucial for us. And so keep in mind that you need to update your code as much as possible. And finally, the main goal is to fight the complexity. So that is all for today. And remember that we have this issue with scalability. So we usually talk only about the scalability on the Java side, but people scalability is way tougher. So it's much easier having 3 Cassandra instance or 2 Java instance than keep the quality with 2 software engineers, 3 software engineers, 4 software engineers, and so on. So and that is indeed the biggest issue with the communications in mainly in huge organization because they have a communication silos, a lack of tech leadership, a fragile architecture, and usually they have this Scrum certificate where it will become more like a waterfall scrum. So be and pay attention on that. So domain redesign can help you with leadership, especially you have an architect or staff engineer to make sure that everybody goes to the right direction or tech lead. Um, you can apply the agile methodology with domain redesign and have software architecture and software architect and staff engineer as well, and with documentations with a clear storytelling to the domain, you can break down the silos. And naturally, if your organization has no expertise of using domain design, I recommend you to do 5 steps. So find people who are going to be charged of resource, make the team part of the business as well. So this staff here will be in charge to make this communication fluent. Documentation to scalability of people. Remember, people are gonna leave your organization. People will get in your organization. Automation, tests, as I said, software architecture design, as I said, and naturally feedback loop. So keep the things with constant review and feedbacks. And finally, the context is the king of any software architecture, soft design that includes the domain design itself. So put that in mind that the right pattern in the wrong context become an anti-pattern. Okay, so that is it. So I wrote a book around the ultimate software engineer. The main goal here is to put some ideas, some thoughts that I learned from open source and help you to understand more. So it has basically 6 chapters that you
Otavio,
can apply.
you are promoting this book, but what haven't you written about? Everything you study, you write about, including, I think, maybe DDD. Is there any book coming soon?
Yes, and I have a great reviewer on that book. So yes, we have domain redesign book where hopefully in 2 months, let's see how fast the reviewer can do it, his job or her
Oh,
job.
now it's on the reviewer. Oh.
Blame a reviewer, yes, for sure. And my goal is to share this knowledge on that book. Uh,
So, what is the QR code here for people
this
to get?
QR code goes to this free ebook. So you
Oh,
can,
free!
yes, for free. This one
Guys,
for free.
guys, it's free, guys. É de graça. You go take the QR code there. Go ahead.
And that's it, Karina. So you can come. So a little bit about me.
See,
So Java
there's the
champion,
proof. I told you
organized.
guys. He's been writing everything since forever.
Yeah,
By the way,
computer and
great
several open
books.
source projects. Oh, thank you. I receive a lot of awards, as Pena said, and in my free time, I write some articles and books as well. So I don't have social life, so that's why I spend a lot of time doing some some technical stuff. But anyway, if you want to connect me, here are my contacts. So my Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube. So hopefully you enjoy this presentation. And let's go to the next speaker as well, right? You unmute.
Do you think I would let you leave before addressing that very particular thing that we said we were going to bring Mike on to help us out? Because you have written a lot of books, and you're lucky because when you are writing, you people don't have to hear you pronouncing the word, right? So you write very well. But that particular
Okay, okay, the
So,
challenge
Otavio,
accepted.
I'll let you. So we have been doing this for such a long time. I'll let you be the host who will bring on Michael to the stage. So, introduce him, please, before I
Oh,
bring him on.
he is amazing. He's smart. He contributes a lot of open source. He is also writing books that include the Halliday one that I enjoy a lot. So congratulations, Mike. Um, he's participating in several Jakarta specifications. So you're gonna learn about Jakarta from someone who is working Jakarta. How amazing that! And he is a A4Q editor. It's super special. So usually when I write an article, the first person that I request a review is he because he has a huge knowledge, a strong information, critical ideas around soft architecture. So he's a fantastic person. So Mike,
Hey,
Welcome to the stage, my
hello.
friend.
welcome to the
Welcome.
stage.
Yeah.
I know you were
There's,
looking forward to this moment. I know that. Now tell me all about how you're supporting your friend Otavio on his pronunciation. Otavio, can you repeat to us the word,
No,
please?
I already did. I will keep my winning status.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
The team who
Please,
is
Michael,
winning
you
do not
have to
change.
so,
put the word in your presentation just so he can put it
okay.
on
I'll,
replay later. I will do a cut, you know, like a side by side.
Yeah,
so,
he
so,
will talk about
yeah, so
Jakarta
first of,
data, so eventually.
so first of all,
Sorry, go
Fabio, thank you
ahead.
for the kind words. I really appreciate it. And just let me say too, it's awesome working with you, and being part of the Jakarta data and Jakarta SQL specs. And I can't wait to meet you in person. All right. So, we need to, drag you out here to the United States to give some talks at the Garden State Jug and the New York Java SIG, perhaps the Philly Jug. So we can work on that. But yeah. And Barry, yes, I saw Barry was on. He's absolutely correct about that. I do enjoy my craft beer, and I consider myself a beer snob at the same time. So, but
Oh my
thank you
gosh,
for that,
I
Barry.
can already foresee the panel. So guys, we're gonna have a very cool panel to ask Michael, to ask Barry, Bruno Souza, all about the history of Java and all that has happened. Just talk about it. I can already foresee how it's gonna go. Just given this first day, it's gonna be very cool. So guys, both of you, before we transition the topics and everything else, both of you guys have become Java champions. And I know there are many people on the chat who are probably watching us right now on the YouTube channel, or who are going to be watching this later on the recording. Could you share some advice for people who are seeking this
Yeah,
position, maybe this role, or actually this
first,
award recognition?
yes, we need to understand what is a Java champion, right? The Java champion
Yeah.
is a Java developer who loves and enjoys the Queen band, especially the We Are Champion music. And this person
Michael, I
start to
swear,
eat.
I apologize, Michael. Don't worry about it. It's just I apologize for that.
No
He's
need
a
to
person.
apologize.
This was good. I was missing. You haven't done any jokes yet, so thank you, Otavio.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Is a person who also loves to eat a lot of pizza with champignon.
Nossa.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, so now
But
for
anyway,
real, what is a Java champion for real? Is
so
it just
Java
a
champion,
badge?
it's awards like Michael, who is amazing, who share knowledge, strong opinion around the Java community cross globe. So a Java champion is the one who has a huge differentiation in the market, and we receive that because he did, like Michael did, a huge contribution on the open source world, especially the Java side. So I said he, but could be she, whatever. I mean, the person itself has this goal to achieve as Java champion. Um, as advice, the first the first one is like what I did: go and do open source, because open source can enhance you on both skills: communication skill, hard skill, and understanding this presentation on the real life. Sometimes it's not about writing code, it's more about doing presentations,
Yeah, but
sell
is it
yourself,
about
and
how
so
you
on.
influence the market towards adopting Java, or just like spreading the word, or actually helping people out? What is the thing, or everything? Like everything works as long as you are
Everything
helping.
works. So let's
Mm.
use Mike as sample. So he wrote the Jakarta data and Jakarta NoSQL specifications. Those are right now on Hibernate and Open Liberty, and there are a huge amount of people who are using Hibernate right now. So when they update, they'll be able to use what Michael writes, right? So what Mike is writing right now. And with Jakarta NoSQL, we have that on Payara, and uh, a lot of
Payara is
people are
already
using.
implementing Jakarta NoSQL.
Yes,
Cool. Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
and you are using the Mike codes as well. We also can see several articles from Mike. So I could see a lot of people sharing the InfoQ trends, you updates, where people are falling to learn more about that. So Mike, for example, is a classic and a crucial Java champion because he is impacting, writing code, writing documentation, and also share knowledge with a good methodology. Plus, doing presentations like he will do it right now.
Awesome. And what about you,
There's
Michael?
also,
Any thoughts?
it is, yes, I think one of the dimensions to be considered as a Java champion is leadership. And that can mean many different things, right? You can be a leader of a Java user group, for example. You could lead by, being active in the Java community. And Otavio mentioned that too. I mean, there's so many awesome people in the Java community that aren't Java user group leaders, but they're at conferences. They're always, sharing their knowledge and things like that. It's and everything else that Otavio mentioned. So yeah, it's I have a funny story about how I learned when I was a Java champion just over 2 years ago. So I'll share that. I'll wait for Thursday when we have a roundtable. With
Just
Bruno and
just
Barry.
just a sneak
So,
peek.
but
Just give us the taste. Like what is it about? What is it about? Just a sneak peek for people to feel
okay,
the
so
taste to
I'll
come on.
mention it again on Thursday. But normally a Java champion or a newly crowned Java champion finds out at a conference or at a Java user group meeting, for example. So for me, it was my first workday home, taking the rest of my vacation before I retired from Exxon. So I'm sitting, watching, just doing my work, and next thing you know, a tweet comes up and it's referenced me, and it says we'd like to welcome Michael Redlich as a new Java champion. And I'm
You
like,
didn't even know. You didn't even know.
no. Well, it's always a surprise, but my surprise was different, right? so I'm sitting at home. I read this, and my mouth was open for like a good 10 minutes because I just had no. And so then next thing you know, Barry called me, and he was one of the nominators, along with I think you were one of them, Otavio, weren't you? Or I
Yes,
know
I
Boz Lore
was.
was one of them. Yeah, Boz Lore. So thank you again for that. So next thing you know, Barry calls me, and he explained to me he made a request to tell me in person, but it just didn't get communicated. So, but still, I was quite shocked and absolutely overwhelmed with emotion when I learned that. So, but
Definitely.
good
So
stuff.
that is a very cool story because it shows us that it's not about running after people and trying to talk to people to ask to become a Java champion. You actually just do like give to the community, and eventually, if you are add value enough to the ecosystem and to people and to learners and to everything in general, you will be contacted. That's one of the ways, right?
I just kept doing my thing, and whether or not I was nominated or not, it's just this is my passion. It's the reason why I retired from ExxonMobil, because I had the opportunity to do so, and it gives me a chance to do this full time.
Since now you're just having fun. Oh, since then you're
Yes.
just having fun. Just having fun. Okay, that's the life. The life. Okay. Otavio, thank you very much for your session. Do you have any final takeaways, or are you just gonna drop with that terrible joke you made about the champions from Queen?
I can do. I usually Marvel jokes, but anyway, let's save time and give it too much. Thank
All
you.
right, thank
It
you
was
very
a
much,
good
Otavio.
pleasure.
Otavio, wait. You will be around on Friday. Michael, just a second, just a quick parenthesis here in Português. Galera, sexta-feira tem uma sessão ó supimpa com Otávio e eu aqui, a velha moda do painel, né, Otávio?
Nossa, vai ser muito divertido.
You got it. You got everything right there, right, Michael? You understand clearly what I just
yeah,
said.
that's it.
For sure.
Perfect. Thank you, Otávio. Have a great night over there.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I'll be watching you, Mike.
Uh-oh, I better be on my best
I'll be
behavior.
watching you every time you take.
Wow.
Okay, now I'm leaving for
Okay.
good. Bye-bye.
Bye, Otávio. Mike, this is very cool. Welcome to the event, my friend. So, look.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
I know that you're going to tell us all about Jakarta E11 and 12, but I know that there are many people on the chat who are still using Java 8. So whenever you go and do your thing, just try to convince these people who are very tough, have a very hard mind, like you can change their mind, like the mentality of if it's working, don't touch it, don't touch that mentality. Right. Try to convince them. All right, for me, please.
Well, and it's I can understand the trepidation to upgrade to things like that, and I have an echo here. Is it me? Let's see. I have the YouTube going, but I think I have it.
So it's.
Oh, I don't hear it anymore. Maybe. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let me shut the YouTube down. Okay. All right, that better? I think that's better.
Yeah, it was only for you. Okay, perfect. It's better now.
All right. So yeah. So I can understand that. I was at QCon San Francisco 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, I guess, more accurately, and there was a talk by Netflix how they upgraded to JDK 17 for Java 8. So it's interesting that they finally made that jump to move to a higher level with that. So and I think a lot of times you at these meetings and people ask who's on Java 8, who's on Java 11, and all that, and then the question is anybody on Java 7 or Java 6. So I can understand Java 8 being yes, it's a long-term support release, yes, that kind of thing.
But I can tell you why I can tell you, and sorry to cut you through, but I can tell you why I'm asking the question, because it is not uncommon for me to come to places, people like here in Brazil or wherever I'm gathering with friends, they come over to me just hanging out and they say, how can I convince the people in my company? Because the guys from the infra, like from the admin team, from the infrastructure team, they don't want to change it. And I'm telling them that as a developer, I want to change it, but I cannot convince them. So whenever you're going through everything, try to show special pitches that the developers can also use to convince these people who don't want to move away from what's working, you see? Because it's more work for the infra guys, because of course they don't want to touch it, like do everything again, right? So just go through it all. And I know you're going to bring a lot of amazing stuff, so I'll let you go, okay? I'll let you get started.
All right.
So you
All
can
right,
share your
sounds
screen
good.
here.
So I'll do yes, share screen. It's been a while since I've used.
You
There we
tell
go.
me. It's been almost 2
Entire
years since
screen. There
I've
we
been
go.
here.
Well, that the
Go
entire
ahead.
screen. There we go. Share because I have demos too. All right,
You need to
excellent.
switch. Yeah, you need to switch to the window with the tab
Oh,
with your presentation.
right there. Is that good?
Yes. Do you want to switch to
Okay,
presenter mode,
perfect.
or do you prefer it like this? It's up to
Oh
you.
yeah, I have to
I like it like
hit the
this.
play button here. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, there we go. All right, so
Perfect. Go
well,
ahead.
good. First of all, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to wherever you are out there. Thanks for joining today and day one. I'm very happy to be here to celebrate Java's 30th birthday. You know, we did this at Java 1. There was the Oracle event the day before the actual birthday. It was a 6-hour event, and now, you know, Java, one of the biggest Java user groups, is hosting this awesome event this week. So just so you know, this is a picture of Providence, Rhode Island, from one of the small peninsulas across from the Seekonk River, I believe that is. So, you know, one of my stepdaughters lives in Rhode Island, and we go up to Newport and Providence and all that. So I thought this was an awesome picture to put up as my title. So, so let's get going here. The evolution of Java EE and Jakarta EE. And you'll see there, you know, how everything evolved over the years, going back to 1998 when JPE was called the Java Professional Edition. And I have to tap the shoulders of some of the folks that were part of that, because I couldn't find any references online. But this was right before the start of the Java community process. So, so starting in 1999, it was, you know, J2EE 1.2.
Were you already working with Java since then, or you just know the stories?
Well, it was about the time I started with Java, maybe not quite. I was a C++ guy for quite a while, and so yeah, so I started working with Java maybe a little bit after that.
So it just proves that if you are working with Java since then, Java is the best career ever. That's
absolutely. Absolutely. And then, I mean, look at this rich history here, right? And you know, we're actually, I think today is day 7 of the voting for the Jakarta EE11 platform to be released. So stay tuned to that. Maybe it might be tomorrow, depending on when Ivar, you know, sent the ballot. So, but it's a minimal 7-day voting period. And so this week we should hear the formal announcement of Jakarta EE11. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then when we get into Jakarta EE12, but it's rich history, as you can see. So a lot of the specs in Jakarta EE, you know, go back to, you know, some of these that were released at the time, right? And you had enterprise Java beans, you know, persistence came out in Java EE5, server faces. So, you know, just to name a few. And we're targeting Jakarta EE12 for next year. So get a little more about that. So, but hi, Mike. And we talked about being a Java champion, but I am one of the co-directors of the Garden State Java User Group. Used to be the ACG&J Java User Group that kicked off in 2001. So we're going to celebrate 25 years next February. So we need to, you know, celebrate that somehow. As Otavio mentioned, I write for InfoQs since 2016. I work with Payara as a contract developer advocate and technical writer. And also, too, I'd mentioned earlier about serving as a committer on the Jakarta data and Jakarta NoSQL the specifications. And the vice president actually belongs to the Jakarta EE ambassadors box, not the ExxonMobil box. So I've been involved with that for, I guess, I don't know, maybe around 2016, 17, 18, something like this, right? My book, Heladon Revealed, was released last December. This was a 2+ year investment in time. And so that was, I never thought that would get done, but I need to credit the lovely wife, Rowena, for helping me get the final push done last fall. So, and then as I mentioned too, I retired from Exxon 2 years ago at this time. And, it was a great career. I had 33.5 years with the company. So, it was very good. I still keep in touch with a lot of my friends, find out what's going on, I got to keep in touch and, that kind of thing, So anyway, enough about that. Let's go here. So just put in the chat and poll if you're a Jakarta EE expert, or you maybe built an application using Jakarta EE. You're familiar with Jakarta EE but haven't used it yet. You've heard some things about Jakarta EE, right? And then I hope I don't hear what the heck is Jakarta EE. So if you want to,
let me bring the question also in Portuguese for the people who are
okay, sure.
maybe struggling there. Real quick, galera, ele perguntou aí para quem tá no chat, qual dessas opções aqui você se identifica mais? Se você é um expert no Jakarta EE, ele pediu para comentar no chat. Se você já construiu uma aplicação com Jakarta EE, se você é família, mas não usou, familiar, né? Conhece, mas não usou. Se ouviu umas coisas, ou se que diacho é Jakarta EE? And he hopes you don't say the last one.
All right, so I'd like to maybe check in on that at some point, but yeah. All right, so we need to know about the Jakarta EE profiles first. Okay, so the first one is, it's the platform, right? And then you have the web profile and then the core profile. And we'll talk about those. So the platform itself is just basically where all the Jakarta EE applications or specifications reside. Now, there are currently now 45. It was 42. I'll tell you about those last three and later on. But not all of them are part of the platform for various reasons. They could be inactive. They could be, maybe they're going to be deprecated or something like this. But there's 30 at the moment for Jakarta E11. All right. So if you want to use all of anything in that, you can just include the platform in your Maven or Redel dependency. So here's a list of what is for Jakarta EE11, and you'll notice Jakarta data is a brand new spec for Jakarta EE11, and the specifications in blue are the ones that are being updated. You have the web profile is basically just a subset of the platform itself, but they're more oriented towards web technology. And then there's 20, I forget what it was, I counted them once, but you'll see Jakarta data is in there as well, and a lot of them, as you see, are part of the web profile. And then finally is the core profile. And this was introduced with the release of Jakarta EE10 in September of 2022. And this is basically, another subset of the platform that are for smaller runtimes, microservices, AOT compilation, that kind of thing. And there's only 7 at the moment. This is all again for Jakarta EE11. All right, so how did we get here? It's been a long road, all right? It's been a couple of years for sure. Milestone 1 was released in December 2023. Milestone 2 in March of last year, 3 in April, and Milestone 4 in May. Now, at this time, all the specs that had updates, which are 16 of them, were already approved for all their different profiles. And then what was supposed to be a release in July of last year was delayed, and for good reason. And I don't know if I have a slide on it. You think I knew that, but I'll explain it now. But yeah, the TCK, or the Technology Compatibility Kit, was outdated. They were using, I believe, ANT and something else, the test the test harness, I think it was, the JDK test harness, and everything got upgraded to Maven and Archillion. And this was a worthwhile investment in time, because now, you know, the intent is to have quicker releases. And that's why I mentioned that, you know, July of 2026, so basically a year from now, is a target date for Jakarta EE 12. So the core profile, you know, since there's only 7 specs, was a little bit easier to implement and get that, you know, get that done. So that was in December of last year. The web profile just earlier this year, back in April, and then we're on the verge of, you know, platform, so the entire thing as early as tomorrow. But, you know, stay tuned for, you know, any updates on that. So, all right. All right, so what's new? We're going to talk about what's new real quick. You know, I mentioned the new spec, which is Jakarta data. 16 specifications have been updated. They have to go through this formal review process, right? So then you have what's called CDI Lite, which essentially is sort of a separation, you know, of, you know, the various parts of it. Let's see. Sometimes I forget exactly that is, but it has to do with the separation, like you see in the diagram there, right? So yeah, and then the optional features that are in the Jakarta SOAP with attachments, Jakarta XML web services, and Jakarta XML binding, which, you know, haven't been updated, I think, since 10, maybe even 9. The optional features in the spec basically say to the vendor who wants to implement them, you may or may not want to be able to, you know, you don't have to implement it then if you don't want to do that, right? So it was decided to you know, eliminate that. All right. Also support for Java records. Now here's a good reason for folks on Java 8 to upgrade it, right? So I think it was JDK 16 that was finalized. You know, Java records. We had sealed classes as well. That's another you know, excellent feature of the programming language. So so in specs like Jakarta expression language, persistence and validation, you know, those have, you know, you can use records in your application. And similarly with virtual threads, which was released in JDK 21, concurrency spec uses virtual threads. All right, so also what's new, you know, you used to be able to do managed bean annotation on there. So, but it was decided to eliminate that and in favor of context and dependency injection, right? So that's been removed. Security manager, which was deprecated in JDK 17 and then now permanently disabled in JDK 24, which was just released 3 months ago, right? Then, you know, that's, so references to the security manager class have been removed. And the final bullet point was actually something I really really liked, but there was interoperability between the microprofile JWT authentication spec and Jakarta security. And I could tell you a little bit about that. I might show you the demo on that, depending on how much time we have. And but there's, well, I'll tell you about that in a little bit. There's some movement to move microprofile into Jakarta EE. But all right, this is just
Mike, real quick. Don't worry about the
yeah.
time. You got enough time, okay?
Oh, okay, all right. So I can go to like 4 o'clock my time, right? Yes, no.
Yes, yes. Yes, you can.
No. Yeah. So this is just a list of the 16 specs. I put the asterisks by faces because I think they wanted to do sort of more of a breaking change with a 5.0, but I think they decided to scale that back. So that's just a small note there on that. All right. So so I don't know if anybody out there other than Barry is old enough to remember who this is, but this is like usually place for me to say, does anybody have any questions while we watch watch one of my favorite comedy actors here.
Yeah, to be honest,
So,
I don't know about that movie. So tell me about it.
so this is Rodney Dangerfield. I think his real name was Jack Coan, and he was an actor, basically a stand-up comedian, and he was in movies such as Easy Money, Caddyshack, and Back to School. And his style was quite unique.
I can see by
And,
the GIF.
okay.
Okay.
I'll
So
spare
what does he have
everybody
to
my
do?
impression of it.
Yeah, what does he have to do with because you are checking if people have questions? No, no
Yes,
questions so
yes.
far.
I tend to so I tend to talk fast sometimes, as you may have noticed. So this is my way of saying, Mike, slow down.
Oh, this is a good thing. I
So-
should start doing that as well.
So, all right. So if there's no questions, let's move on. Right. All right. So let's get started with that. I have a couple of demos here now. In my last version of this presentation, I went through all the 16 specs, but I will spare you all that. The slides will be at the end of this for when I have it ready to download. But I'm going to do the demo with Payara Micro, but there's also Payara Server. There's a part of the platform. There's also Payara Cloud. That is obviously a subscription service, but there's a 15-day trial. And then brand new is Payara Cube. This is a way of packaging and uploading and doing the whole deploy and run type of thing. This is brand new. I don't think this is out yet, but there's the URL down at the bottom that if you're interested in talking with somebody to Payara about that, you can do so. So yeah, stay tuned for more information about that. So Payara is doing some great things. The version I'm using is going to be Payara 7.2025.1.alpha 2, and that's the latest for support for Jakarta EE11. All right, so that's the demo. This is AI generated, by the way. All right, so let's pop over to IntelliJ. And of course, let's start with Jakarta data. So I waited, at least I didn't wait till the last minute. It dawned on me, I had in my main parent POM file, I had milestone 4, but there was a release candidate out for a couple of months. I didn't mention that in my slides, but so all right, let me experiment with that. So I'm glad I did that a few days ago. This is my I have a slide there. Hold on. Just added that. There we go. So these demos, you're going to be using JDK 21, and then as I mentioned, the release candidate of Jakarta EE11. And microprofile, I'm sorry, Payara Micro Alpha 2, and then that is the URL for these demos. If you happen to have a chance to experiment with it and see something that could use updating or whatever, any kind of feedback would be much appreciated. More so, if there's negative feedback, I need to hear that as well, of course. So please take the time to do that. So you can see it here. I was just running some last minute things here. So I have concurrency, but I want to start with data, and so let's do that. So I have my it's connected to MongoDB. I have MongoDB running, and all right. So what we're going to do is probably have this. Let's see. There we go. I have a Payara Micro, start Payara Micro shell, right? That basically starts Payara Micro. That's one of the beauties of that. It's just it's a jar file, and you can initiate it on the command line. And of course you can still deploy a WAR file on Payara server and run that. So those warnings are for Java docs, so don't worry about that. So it's one thing I need to take the time to clean up on the documentation. So. Of course, being retired doesn't mean I have all the time in the world. So yeah. So with Payara Micro, you see all this running here, all this information and stuff like this, right? On what's going on. And then There we go. So on successful deployment, you can see, you got the main URL, and then you have, all the other URLs that are either get or delete or post or any of that. So that's very nice that it puts that out for you, right? So I can just copy right here and then go to our browser, and then we'll go here. All right. Oh wait, did I not copy that? There we go. All right. So all these demos have this, like what I call a main splash page, whatever, right? So they're all tailored for each, whatever specification, right? And so I have this sort of, playing around with REST. Okay, this is very boring, right? Welcome, blah blah blah. So here's the meat of the whole application itself. So we have a database, MongoDB database, and as Barry alluded so nicely earlier about my love of craft beer, I have a beer database, right? So you can see it here, and I have various beers that collect an alcohol by volume, a brewer ID, and then the type of beer itself and the name, right? And, like with any REST application, you can do, okay, what's the third beer in here, that kind of thing, right? So, and then similarly, you can do the same thing. I have a brewer table or collection, more accurately, and because it is a NoSQL, right? So I have a list of a few beers, right? So you can see here, I've done some experimenting. I've done, in retirement, I keep threatening with my wife that we want to open a brewery. Right? We can't do that here because we have about 600 and counting in New Jersey. So, kind of, wouldn't be smart to do that. So I've been experimenting and saying, oh, here's one in Williamsburg. We'll call it Redlich Brewing. Have a duplicate entry. All right. So we can actually do something. We can add a beer to it. And there's
I'm glad
script I
that
have.
these days we have ChatGPT and other LLMs to help validate if the data is correct and accurate, because I know nothing about beers. I can check the JSON, but not the data itself.
I can spend a lot of time in going over which one of the beers I truly enjoy, and then when we travel, I always go for the local stuff, right? So I have an add script here. It basically just as you can see, it's in blue because I experimented with it. So I don't know. We'll call it have Ewing. Let's go. Let's see. Oh, Marco Island. We're going to Marco Island next month. So there we go. All right. And I'm probably going to overwrite some data, but I obviously didn't take the time to update things as I should have. Oh, I even have a DevNexus Mardi Gras stout. So we can call it, how about a Java Mardi Gras stout. Okay. All right, let's see what we got there. And then we'll just call the add. Let's see if it does it. I did the Mardi Gras stout. And where's the, I don't know if I wrote in there or is it.
So just to double
There it
check,
is. Java. There we go. Right there.
You're
Yes.
showing us Jakarta 11 here.
11?
Ooh. Yeah, like what are we looking at right now? Other than
This
Payara, of course.
Oh, it's
like
11.
Which person are we talking to?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 11 release candidate 1.
Oh.
Jakarta. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so this is very okay. Awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to changing that to 11, hoping in a couple of days and retesting everything. So, but yeah. So this, this is Jakarta EE, 11, and then Jakarta data, which is the new spec right there. So, and you can take a look at the source code and see how all that, goes. And with security, it's another one I'd like to. You can have do some multiple security mechanisms. And oops, all right, there you go. So we'll do that real quick. Okay. So take that a few seconds to do that. And one of the things in security is, like I said, multiple authentication mechanisms. So you have two servlets here, doing different authentications of that. There's a custom. There's a single security servlet. So, the demo, as you'll see, will have a way to do it that way. And these are going to go away since they're not. Yep, still going. There we go. All right. So just want to mention, while thinking about it, if there's an issue with deployment, you won't get these URLs like you see over here. And then you'll see an empty set, and then you have to scroll up and say, oh, okay, this is what happened. So, and all right, we want to overwrite that. Okay. All right, so security, I have a bunch here, right? Again, just for consistency, I put that there. So this is a security, endpoint using the URL, right? I have admin and audit. I'm not a user, okay? And then for my wife, Rowena, the same thing, but I have her as an admin, not audit, but as a user. So have that, and they are now multiple. This was, I think this was for Reza. I got this from an application from someone else, and so I sort of adapted it to it. Right. And so, yeah, and then the same thing with the second one, you'll see it is different. So it's calling servlet 1 versus servlet 2, right? So you have that there as well. So so that is that one. Let's see, what else do we want to do? So, yes, there is an issue there. I have to present that. It's a runtime, I think, so we'll have to get that evaluated. And let's see, let's go to validation real quick. One of the new things in validation is records. All right, and let's just show you that real quick. It's nothing exciting. Well, it's different. I'm validating my age and all that good stuff here. But you can see I had an original just user using a POJO, and then user record using a record. But when when I do the application, I'm actually I'm doing the record. It's the record itself somewhere in here. I forget where. Right here, user record. So all right, yeah. So I'm using builder.append user record. So. And again, if you want to take the time to clone the repo and provide feedback, again, I'd appreciate that. I'm going to spend some time fixing those Java doc errors because warnings are warnings. There's a reason for them, and it's for me that's important to address.
Link later. Please share the link of the repo
yes.
on the private chat, and I can send it over on the streaming for the people, huh?
Sure, absolutely. Right. Yeah, I can do that at the end there. Oops, we'll see. Hit control. Okay, there we go. Control V before. Okay, all right. And the same thing. So when you hit validate, basically, here's my user record. All right. Some of the validation, if you look at the source code, says name is. I put my name as null, which obviously you can't do because it says here name must not be null. Working is true. And then about me, Java champion, so that's fine. And then the age I put is 13. Obviously, I'm not 13. Just add 50 to that, and you got that. And so in that case, I checked if I'm over 18, and then this is not a valid email format, so it'll say it right there. So obviously you can do your validation to however you want to do that. So. Again, everything's in there for you, and but I wanted to take more time to talk about what's coming up in Jakarta EE12, and I think that's important, even though this is really pretty much new. But I guess let's see. Yeah, any questions at all? Or
So far, so good, my friend. Feel free to.
Okay.
I love that GIF. I love it. Okay, so we are looking at an RC release, a candidate release, and we are already going
Mhm.
to talk about 12. I love it. Go ahead.
Yes.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, there's been some work over the last couple of months over this, and you know, there's been plan reviews, which is different than a release review. So this is the opportunity for the spec leads, like, you know, Otavio did, and, you know, Nathan is the other co-lead in Jakarta Data. They put in a plan review for Jakarta Data 1.1. Right? So yeah, but there are 3 new specifications, and we'll talk about those individually. But it's Jakarta Query, Jakarta Portlet, and if you remember the Portlet containers, and then Jakarta Portlet Bridge, and we'll talk more about that in a little bit. But so this is exciting. That, you know, this is the thing with when Oracle donated Java EE8 to the Eclipse Foundation. You know, we had Jakarta EE8 less than a year later, right? Which was essentially Java EE8 but Jakarta, and then 9 was the what they call the Big Bang, where the Java X namespace was translated into the Jakarta namespace. So that was an accomplishment. There was a 9.1, there was 10, and then now we're on the verge of 11. And a lot of the new spectators, I'm going to mention this anyway, but there are 24 specs that have submitted their plan reviews, and a lot of them, if you look at the pages, will say they're going to remove the security manager. Right? And so yeah, so that's going to be with that. So that's a good thing, right? So I just mentioned updates planned for 24 specs. There is, and I confirmed this, you have Jakarta authentication, Jakarta authorization for individual specifications, but there is a plan to move them slowly but surely under Jakarta security. All right, so this is kind of important. So everything will be under one. And so I'm not quite sure. I have to talk to Arjan and Andro about that and how much work that's really going to be, right? So, but that is a plan to do that, and you know, timing of that could be, you know, little by little, or I'm not 100% sure. But there are no planned updates for authentication or authorization because of this. And so here are the specs updated over here, right? So the ones that were not didn't have any updates for Jakarta E11, like you see activation, you see batch, connectors, enterprise beans, right? Those were not updated for Jakarta EE11. So you see this first bunch right here, and then you know, you go on Jakarta Mail, you know, MVC, that I think, yeah, Jakarta NoSQL, all right, and then hopefully, speaking of Jakarta NoSQL, that did not make the cut for Jakarta EE11. We're going to try to have that as part of the platform in Jakarta EE12. So, right. So, and then finally, the last 4 right there: transactions, validation, so, and the standard tag library. Okay. Also, too. Okay. So, I touched on this earlier. The micro profile to Jakarta EE. Back at Java 1, Tanya Obradovic told me it's at the Eclipse booth that I guess it was the first day, or I think it was, which was a normal micro profile meeting, and she told me that the steering committee wants to move everything over into Jakarta, and my initial sort of visceral reaction was no blankety blank way, only because, you know, the Garden State Java group was part of the micro profile working group. We were also guest members of Jakarta EE working group. You know, so you can see how, you know, because of that, I was like, you know, but then, you know, I was, I guess I wanted, for lack of a better word, educated about a little more of the history of some of the things that were planned for Java EE that wound up in micro profile now. And so I think this kind of makes sense, you know, to do that. But so this is still, you know, it hasn't been formally voted on yet, and it's not going to, you know, but I know it's out there, right? This is a plan. there was some straw polls recently on some questions on how certain things should be handled, that kind of thing. So this is not, this is public knowledge, but some of the things planned for this, when this happens, is that authentication will probably go under security. All right. I mean, you heard me mention the Jakarta EE bridge specification. It's more natural for the REST client and microprofile to wind up in RESTful web services, and there's been a history with Jakarta config, and then microprofile config will probably wind up there. So that's sort of some of the early plans for microprofile. When that happens, again, nothing's been formally voted yet, and the steering committee will probably do that at some point within the next month or so. So that's that, right? And then I sent this to Ivar for his input on there, and because this is the status of all 45 specs. I mean, there were 42, but you can see in orange there that the 3 new. So I had to, he basically said, hey, you got to remember, not all these are going to wind up in the platform, which I kind of knew, but this was my attempt to say, hey, these are all the 45 specs and their current version numbers and where they stand. And the ones in blue are the ones that submitted the plan reviews, right? So, and as I mentioned before, Jakarta SOAP with attachments, that kind of thing, right? Those don't have any. Yes.
Look at this list. I remember when I first studied for my JBoss certification, JBoss EAP, and I had to study a lot of, like, back in the days, the names were still matching everything in the EAP, like the subsystems and everything. Now I can only imagine if I had to study all these things.
Exactly.
So I wonder if this is making life easier or harder for the developers out there and for the vendors as well, who will seek to implement, to support Jakarta EE.
Yeah, and again, it all depends on what your application is. I mean, if you're not going to have any kind of mail service in your application, you won't need Jakarta Mail at all. If you're going to do JSP type things, so it all depends. I mean, that's, and that's part of the reason why you have the different profiles too, right? It's a lot out there, but it's, it is a very good diverse set of specifications for enterprise Java development. Right? So, but yeah, and then as I mentioned earlier, some some are pretty much, I think, maybe outdated. I haven't read Jakarta RPC. I'm not sure where that stands. There was no version number on that, so maybe there's sort of some initial development going on with that. So yeah, so like again, just basically, this is not a full list that might wind up in either the platform web profile or the core profile. So yeah, just keep that in mind. That's all. And then, all right, so here's the roadmap coming up. All right, so there's actually a milestone 0 that the working group wants to do, but they want to have a milestone 1 by the 3rd quarter. All right, also a milestone 2, milestone 3 by the 4th quarter, and then milestone 4 also by the 4th quarter, and oh yeah, the core profile, and I think the web profile and the platform all by this time next year. And so, with the update to the TCK, which, I can't imagine what those folks did, to get that updated up. I'm sure that was a tremendous amount of work. So I really got to applaud them for their efforts. And I think this delay was well worth the effort, no question about it. So, oh yeah, so let's talk about some of the things. So Jakarta Query, this will be obviously as part of, all the database, Jakarta specs. So, NoSQL data persistence, right? So basically, from what I understand, if I understand this correctly, and Otavio can correct me, that the query languages, so there's a Jakarta persistence query language and a new Jakarta data query language. These will most likely wind up in there, right? So that's the intent. This will be a 1.0. Jakarta Portlet basically is, anybody remembers playing with those. And I'm not quite sure if I had a chance to do that back then, but this is a migration from the JDK service request or Java server request 362, the Portlet spec 3.0, which was under Java EE 8. And this was, so this will be your version 4. So if you ever look at the spec page and you'll see Jakarta Portlet, it'll say version 4 for Jakarta EE 12, or at least, hopefully for Jakarta EE 12. That's the reason why, because of that migration from that JSR. And similarly with the Jakarta Portlet Bridge, the same kind of thing. This was actually formerly known as Jakarta Faces Bridge. And so basically, this is a migration from JSR 378 and Java Server Faces, those, the old name, right, under Java EE 8. So this will align the Jakarta Faces lifecycle with the Jakarta Portlet lifecycle. And then this one intrigues me. I think I'd like to learn a lot about this. So, so if, I could envision having a Jakarta EE 12 repository at some point, with all this stuff. So, and there is a future directions interest group. This was formed about a year ago, and we started off with just slowly but surely, and basically as the text says right there, people from inside and outside Java related working groups, right, are more than invited to come and talk about they'd like to see in not only Jakarta EE 12 but in beyond that. So if you're interested, there are meetings every other Thursday from noon to 1 Eastern. So there's the URL to find out more about it and how to join. All right. So I have some more slides on that. Oh, so our goals basically are ideation, research, recommendations. We work closely with the working groups. All right. And then our recommendations are non-binding, so we don't have to, we're not going to say, oh, you got to do this. It's just, hey, we recommend this, and it's up to them to decide if they'd like to do that. So, and then these are the participating members so far. So we got the Garden State Jug, IBM, iJug, London Java Community, Microsoft, OmniFish, Open Elements, Oracle, and Payara. So it's a good bunch of folks there, and so we've gotten ourselves a little more organized where we have a topic for each meeting. We had Jared Anderson on to talk about Jakarta EE 12 this past Thursday, and 2 weeks ago I talked about read in some of the mailing lists about some concerns with Jakarta validation, Jakarta I think it was CEI. So I talked about that 2 weeks ago. So that kind of thing. And as I mentioned, we need you. Right? So if you're interested, please join us. I always talk about this at our JUG meetings, once a month, or we have a second meeting coming up next week in the month of June. So so that's I think that's exciting too. I think to start brainstorming topics about now with Jakarta EE 12 and beyond, I think this is a cool thing. I know it's been mentioned that hopefully there's an AI topic out there at some point, so we'll see. And I got some resources here. I'm gonna have this packaged up into a PDF, and you can download that hopefully by the end of the day today. Ivar has his hashtag Jakarta EE blog posts at least once a week. Sometimes there'll be a second one, but it's always on Sunday morning. And I think by 6 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Eastern, it's pushed out there. Ariane Times had put out this awesome, I think it's a presentation about Jakarta EE 11, and then I mentioned the example applications, and Luis Neto from Payara talked about securing and I think I misspelled that. An application. Anyway, I got to double check the spelling. It's amazing how you find these misspellings while you're presenting. Well, so,
At least
but anyway,
you can hold
yeah.
yourself. I would like to go ahead and already start changing things like on the go. I go nuts with it.
But I got to write that down because I'm going to get 5 minutes. So anyway, but yeah, basically he had a grant at the was it last year in June, the Varela virtual Varela conference, which they have like twice a year. And so anyway, so this is one of those presentations from that. And I like this slide. This is, well, I created the slide, but Tanya Obradovic, who's the Jakarta EE program manager, she had this acronym SEED, to share, embrace, engage, and develop. If you want to get involved in open source, of course, we talked about open source before I started the presentation. Yes, you get some more visibility by being a contributor and by contributions. And I don't remember if this was mentioned. Even things like documentation are very much appreciated, for an open source project. So you don't have to necessarily provide code. I was doing some research on a Micronaut a couple of years ago, a Micronaut release, and they had there was a shell script they had on their repository. For some reason, it didn't work on my laptop, and then I looked at it, I fixed it, put it up, did the normal pull request, process, and they accepted it. So so even things like this, right? So that's the beauty of open source. Yeah, you can contribute code, but if you want to, see something wrong with documentation and things like this, this is definitely the way to go. And I have many, many people to thank, in whatever way they've helped me, in understanding things, getting to know more, so thank you to all these folks. I hope I didn't leave anybody. That's always dangerous, right? When you start acknowledging people, somehow you manage to inadvertently leave somebody out. But I think this list is pretty much complete. So in any event, yeah. This is my contact info. And then finally, this is an AI-generated image that Barry Bird put together about a year ago, and this is basically craft beer and chocolate, because Barry is a chocolate enthusiast. Now, let's put it that way. So first of all, thank you, Karina, for putting this together. I know you had mentioned that you did a lot of work on this, and I don't know how much help you had, but first of all, you did an awesome job putting this all together in a few weeks. So everybody should thank Karina. First of all, let's, and then thank all of you who out there and sat through listening to this old man talk about Jakarta EE.
About beer.
I appreciate it. And about beer. So with that, I'll stop sharing. There we
And
go.
you know what? I think I will get along very well with Barry, because I'm more on the chocolate side as well. Not so much the beer.
It's kind of early for me to have a beverage right now, but it's wait a couple of hours. But I don't know if my co-presenter is still there. I don't know if you can see my co-presenter. She's in her. Yeah, you see, like right about there. There's a little.
Very big here.
Our little calico.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, there she is. That's my co-presenter today. So that's Freya. That's Nick. So,
At least she's quiet. When my dog starts messing around, it becomes crazy here, my friend. And by the way, this event, like just a note for everybody who's around, everything started as just a quick, very small idea. I'm gonna have 1 or 2 talks just to celebrate the event with Java, and then it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and like here we are, So it's just a pleasure to be hosting this event with amazing speakers. Thanks for joining us, my friend.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, you said that you were gonna share a PDF link.
Oh yes, I have to do that on my portfolio page. I'll
Share the link to the
PDF
page
it
then.
and yes. Let's see. It is okay, portfolio. Oops. Ah, geez. Okay. How come it didn't say it here? This is why I keep the link. There we go. Portfolio. There we go. Can't spell today. What do you mean directory not? All right. There we go.
You're sending
There we
on
go.
the
Geez.
you're sending on the private chat. Where did you send it over? On the YouTube?
Oh no! I'm not sharing my screen. So yes. Okay. So
No, but where did you
fix
send
that
it
now.
over?
Yes, I'll do that now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it says to connect to comments. Okay. All right.
And by the way, guys, in the meanwhile, we are soon to receive the next speaker as well. He's already on the backstage, and we will switch to Portuguese. So then people won't have to worry about ubiquitous language or nothing like these weird words. You know, pre-requirements is another one that is tricky for Brazilians. So, so we'll see.
Let's see. I have to go to YouTube here.
You're gonna send on the YouTube comments.
Oh, there it is. Can you, yep. There we go.
Perfect.
Sorry. Okay, I'm muted. The comments. Oh, there we go. So there's that. There's the portfolio. The GitHub is.
At any time soon, guys. Hold tight, tight. We'll get the link.
All right, there it is.
By the way, what an amazing thing to be able to see in first hand the demo of the soon to come Jakarta EE release. It was very nice. Thank you for that, Michael.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm gonna actually maybe I'll present this at the Jakarta Tech Talk next Wednesday on the 25th, I think. So, you know, if I have any changes, you know, I'll take a look. But I think this went, you know, for the first time. I think this went fairly well. So, but
I've presented some demos using RCs as well. It's kind of, it gives like the, you know, the fear of something going wrong, but it went well. Okay, you didn't send it over, did you?
It did. I thought I did.
My friend, send it over on StreamYard.
There we go.
On the private chat.
Oh, did I did it on the.
So just so you know, Michael, afterwards, after we wrap up, the whole day, I'll be working on the subtitles, the captions, the transcription to assure that the translation of the event is proper for all the Brazilian speakers. It is like correctly translated. I'm gonna polish that. And the same on the other hand, on the other side, you know, like vice versa. So for the people who maybe want to know more about Dapr and you don't speak Portuguese, later on you can check the recording in case the captions don't work fine, the auto translation, because I'll be adding the English version as well for everybody to see.
Awesome.
I'll be adding chapters, so everything will be very easy to come back and look at this again. Even the bad jokes from Otavio. Okay, thank you, Michael.
I had a chance to look some of the. Yeah, so I put it on the YouTube chat. But it didn't show up on the StreamYard. That's weird.
But I can look at it over there. Let me see.
Yeah. It's weird. It says join the chat on the StreamYard page. But then, I don't know. I wasn't able to log in, so.
I know. Send it over via email to me, and I will share it with everybody else. Okay?
Sounds good. Sounds good. So.
Thank you very much for the session. I'm looking forward for our panel later on. Okay, with Bruno. Oh, he did the heart.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, I tried. I don't know. Oh wait, there we go. That's a little better.
When you meet Otavio, I will ask him to try to make you do the heart for him. All right. Thank you very much, my friend. I wish you have a great day ahead, okay?
Thank you. You too. I take care. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. So now let's... The Portuguese button. O botão do português. Agora a gente muda pro português. Acabou acabou, o inglês acabou. Você que tava aí tentando, fazendo força para tentar tirar alguma coisinha das talks, relaxa. Eu vou fazer a tradução, não fazer a tradução, porque ele já faz uma traduçãozinha ali, mas às vezes fica meio estranho, sabe? E aí eu vou dar uma polida, vou dar um tapa, assim, dar um tapa nas legendas de cada dia, vou adicionar os capítulos, então qualquer coisa que você estava interessado, que não conseguiu entender muito bem, é só voltar lá e assistir novamente que vai estar polidinho para você, tá bom? Agora, temos aqui no backstage o nosso próximo palestrante, que, obrigado, Walter, vai fazer uma palestra em português pra gente, sobre um assunto muito interessante, inclusive, que eu acho que eu já vi, foi o Maurício Salatino, Salaboy, palestrando sobre esse mesmo tema como é que chama? KCD, na Kubernetes Conf Day, em São Paulo. Então, assim, opa, ó lá, o Porcelli agora, a Brazuca chegou aí, ó. E aí, o que acontece, gente? Ele é um MVP, ele tá sempre envolvido aí nas comunidades, fazendo coisa pra caramba. E o tema que ele vai falar é muito legal, você sabe por quê? Porque pra galera que mexe com microservices, às vezes a gente tem muita dificuldade de conectar as coisinhas e garantir que tá tudo funcionando e se falando direito. E ele vai, diz ele, né? Vou trazer ele aqui para explicar esse negócio direito aí, mas ele diz para mim que ele vai tentar facilitar essa vida aí do desenvolvedor. Isso é verdade, Walter?
Oi, Karina. Oi, pessoal. Tudo bom? Com certeza, vamos simplificar bastante hoje.
Mas peraí, é Walter ou Walter?
Walter.
Walter, aí, ó, brasileirou agora, acabou esse negócio.
Sem dúvida.
E então vamos fingir aqui que o pessoal tem uma mania de falar inglês assim, explain to me as I'm five, como se eu tivesse 5 anos, né? Então me explica o que é Dapr, D-A-P-R, como se eu tivesse 5 anos, vai lá. Pra eu ver se eu consigo entender esse negócio aí.
Vamos lá. Sabe quando você está na escola e você tem a tua melhor amiga, o teu melhor amigo, que tá do teu lado
Você tá
em todos
falando com
os
um monte de
momentos?
nerd, velho. Nerd é tudo, só fica de boa lá assistindo a aula, não tem amigo na escola, não.
Não, mas todo mundo tem aquele amigo,
Vai.
né, aquela pessoa que você conta nas melhores horas, que está ali sempre
Uhum.
para te ajudar. Esse é o Dapr. Ele é o melhor amigo do teu microserviço.
Nossa, ele é o melhor amigo que eu não conhecia, então eu quero conhecer. Passou da hora, meu filho, para fazer microserviço. Vamos ver isso daí. Só uma curiosidade que eu quero saber. O Dapr, ele já está envolvido nessas non-profit organizations, tipo CNCF ou coisas assim? Ele é open source também?
Sim, ele é totalmente open source. Eu vou contar um pouquinho da história dele, mas ele está graduado na CNCF. Ele é um projeto da CNCF, mantido na CNCF e graduado. Então,
galera,
ele já está pronto para uso.
Fica aí, que essa aí, ó, outra talk perfeitinha para vocês aqui, ó, pela comunidade. Valeu, Walter. Eu vou colocar a sua tela aqui agora e the stage is yours, my...
Joia, obrigado. Já queria aproveitar para agradecer, né, em nome da Karina, ao grupo Sou Java, né, pela primeira vez poder ter essa oportunidade de estar aqui falando para vocês um pouquinho. Então, a gente vai falar um pouquinho sobre esse mundo de desenvolvimento de microserviços e como que o Dapr Runtime pode te ajudar nessa tua jornada, tá? Só me apresentando, meu nome é Walter, eu moro numa cidade linda aqui no sul, em Santa Catarina, numa cidade chamada Joinville. Conheçam, venham conhecer aqui esse estado, essa cidade que é linda.
Você nem precisa se apresentar, já te apresentaram aqui, fizeram por você. Professor Walter, the legend himself, olha lá!
Responsabilidade, né, Karina?
Agora pesou.
Gabriel é um grande amigo e grande ex-aluno nosso também. Então, só me apresentando rapidinho, a minha formação é toda na área de computação, meu mestrado foi em sistemas distribuídos na PUC do Paraná. Eu atuo como professor universitário na Univille já há 19 anos, e há 19 anos eu ensino Java, então eu tenho um carinho muito especial por essa linguagem, depois eu vou falar um pouquinho dessa história.
Antes, só conta pra gente, a primeira versão, qual foi a primeira?
Eu comecei no 5.
Okay,
eu comecei no 5 já.
O patamar tá muito elevado aqui nesse evento, vai lá.
Eu já peguei o 5, então já peguei uma versão bem mais poderosa, né, das primeiras que saíram, mas com certeza é uma linguagem que eu tenho um respeito e um carinho muito grande, o pessoal pega no meu pé direto por isso. Bom, eu atuo também como instrutor autorizado da Microsoft da AWS como Champion e também da NVIDIA no Deep Learning Institute pela K-Solution. E mais recentemente, desde 2020, eu faço parte de um programa da Microsoft chamado MVPs, que premia pessoas que contribuem com a comunidade, que compartilham conhecimento. Então, eu faço parte desse programa desde 2020 e há um mês e pouco eu também recebi uma premiação da Dapr de um programa, né, que depois eu vou falar um pouquinho sobre esse programa, que é o Dapr Meteors, que reconhece pessoas que também divulgam essa tecnologia, tá? Então, aqui tem as minhas certificações, tá o meu QR Code do meu LinkedIn, se você quiser, depois a gente pode trocar contato, trocar uma ideia, tá? E todo mundo que me conhece sabe do quanto que eu motivo as pessoas a fazer provas de certificação, não apenas pelo título ou pela badge, mas pelo conhecimento. Então, eu tenho um carinho, um respeito muito grande por certificações, mas tem uma que para mim é muito especial, que eu fiz questão de colocar nesse slide, que foi a minha primeira certificação, que foi lá em 2009, de Java, ainda na versão 5, né, quando a Sun ainda era responsável pela linguagem. Então, eu tenho muito orgulho e carinho pela linguagem desde essa época daqui. Bom, mas vamos lá, vamos falar um pouquinho agora sobre o que é o Dapr, né, o que ele te ajuda a resolver. Todos nós que já trabalhamos com grandes sistemas sabemos que chega um momento que a arquitetura de monolitos, ou de monólitos, depende como você quer chamar, né, ela chega num limite dela e você precisa, devido ao tamanho do teu sistema, a carga cognitiva que os programadores têm para conhecer os módulos, você chega a um momento onde você precisa repensar a arquitetura. E aí, hoje, né, os sistemas distribuídos e a arquitetura de microserviços têm se mostrado uma arquitetura consolidada, né, que funciona, que resolve vários problemas, mas traz outros desafios, né? Então, aqui tem um exemplo muito simples de uma arquitetura que a gente tem aqui, um sistema de um e-commerce, né? Então, a gente tem aqui, por exemplo, né, o carrinho de compras, um inventário que vai falar com algum tipo de banco de dados ou sistema de storage. Aí eu tenho aqui a parte de compras, de checkout, que vai fazer notificações, que vai falar com um broker de pagamento, que vai ter que conversar com um sistema de logística para fazer o despacho da compra. Então, uma arquitetura muito comum, né, dentro de um sistema de microserviços. E aí a gente tem alguns desafios, né? Então, como é que eu vou orquestrar para que as tarefas ocorram na ordem correta, a chamada dos serviços? Como é que eu vou, por exemplo, ter uma rastreabilidade da execução desse processo entre vários microserviços, a troca de mensagens com serviços, às vezes, em cloud providers? Como é que eu vou mudar configurações da minha aplicação enquanto ela está sendo executada, enquanto ela está rodando? Olha, eu preciso rapidamente agora substituir uma string de conexão por outra, para outro banco de dados. Como é que a gente controla falhas, né? A gente sabe que tudo falha o tempo todo, né? Já dizia o senhor Werner Vogels da AWS. Então, como que a gente se protege de uma situação dessa, onde um serviço pode entrar em um timeout, o serviço pode demorar um pouco mais? Então, são vários desafios que a gente tem no desenvolvimento de uma aplicação distribuída. E o Dapr, né, como eu estava falando aqui com a Karina, é um projeto da CNCF. Ele nasceu dentro da Microsoft, ele foi desenvolvido por várias pessoas, mas uma das pessoas que deu início a ele é o Yaron. O Yaron é um ex-engenheiro da Microsoft que foi responsável também pelo QEDA, que é um outro projeto da CNCF muito conhecido. E hoje o Dapr está, né, dentro da CNCF como um projeto graduado, o que nos dá uma segurança e uma tranquilidade que a gente pode olhar para ele, entender o que ele traz de vantagem e começar a vislumbrar como aplicar ele, né, dentro da tua empresa para resolver alguns problemas comuns, né? Então, ele é, na verdade, um runtime. Ele é um runtime para ajudar você a executar e criar aplicações distribuídas baseadas em microserviços. E ele, na verdade, utiliza o padrão sidecar, né? Então, toda vez que você sobe um microserviço, vai subir junto com ele um container do Dapr para cada instância, para fazer o intermédio da comunicação com vários serviços dos cloud providers, para te ajudar a tornar isso mais simples, mais fácil de implementar, tá? Então, a ideia dele é ser justamente, né, um sidecar que vai te ajudar no processo de segurança da tua aplicação, de resiliência, a gente vai ver isso mais no final, que ele integra e permite que você tenha mecanismos de retry, mecanismos de circuit breaker, de forma totalmente automatizada, tá? E ele também inclui a observabilidade. Além disso, né, ele vai te ajudar com componentes. Os componentes que a gente vai conhecer 4 componentes hoje, são os 4 mais básicos, vamos dizer assim, que é a porta de entrada para o Dapr, mas tem muito mais coisa do que eu vou mostrar aqui para vocês hoje, tá? Então, a ideia qual que é? Você tem uma API padrão para conversar com esses componentes, ele te ajuda a implementar boas práticas no desenvolvimento de aplicações distribuídas, como toda a parte de resiliência, a parte de isolamento para não haver lock-in. Ele é totalmente extensível e plugável, tanto que você pode desenvolver os seus componentes, você pode contribuir com o projeto, ele é um projeto open source, ele suporta qualquer linguagem de programação, mas tem algumas linguagens, como o Java, que possuem um SDK para te ajudar, agnóstico de plataforma, e trabalha também com arquiteturas baseadas em eventos, tá? Então, essa é uma visão geral aqui. Nosso foco aqui é o Java lindo, né? A gente vai focar nele, mas qualquer linguagem de programação que seja capaz de fazer uma chamada HTTP ou uma chamada de gRPC consegue conversar com o Dapr, com o sidecar do Dapr. E aí nós temos todos esses componentes aqui, que a gente vai conversar um pouquinho durante essa palestra, né? E a questão dos ambientes onde você pode executar o teu ambiente com o Dapr, tá? Então, a ideia é justamente que a aplicação, ela não precisa necessariamente conhecer todos os detalhes de qual serviço que está sendo executado. A aplicação, ela precisa, por exemplo, de um armazenador de estados. Agora, se esse armazenador de estados está na cloud A ou na cloud B, não importa para o Dapr, ele vai resolver isso para você. Então, para cada componente, a gente tem uma categoria de serviços, né, que a gente pode, de forma bastante simples, integrar com o Dapr e, por consequência, integrar com a nossa aplicação, sem ter uma quebra de API. Isso é muito importante. A API do Dapr, ela se mantém constante, não importa qual serviço que você está utilizando. Recentemente, inclusive, o Dapr ganhou 2 componentes novos. Um deles é o Conversation, que simplifica a integração, né, de aplicações distribuídas com Large Language Models, que foi um assunto, né, que os colegas antes estavam comentando bastante sobre modelos de IA. Então, agora é possível também abstrair a chamada de alguns desses modelos utilizando o Dapr. Então, a ideia, né, é que o Dapr é um sidecar, você vai fazer a chamada via HTTP ou via gRPC, e aí, dependendo de qual componente ou qual funcionalidade você quer dele, eu quero um invoke, eu quero invocar um outro microserviço, eu quero resgatar o estado de uma determinada, da minha aplicação, eu quero publicar uma mensagem, eu quero resgatar um segredo, ou eu quero disparar um workflow. Tudo isso, cada um desses componentes tem o seu endpoint, então você sempre vai acabar fazendo a requisição para a porta 3500, que é a porta onde vai ficar o sidecar, né? Então, é muito importante lembrar que o Dapr, assim como todos os projetos da CNCF, a ideia dele é rodar dentro de um ambiente baseado em Kubernetes. Então, a ideia é que você vai ter aqui em volta a figura do pod, né? Então, isso aqui é a unidade mínima lá do Kubernetes. Então, você vai ter o teu pod e dentro de cada pod vai estar rodando o teu microserviço ou os teus microserviços, os teus containers, mais um sidecar do Dapr. Então, a comunicação com ele se dá de forma local, tá? Então, aqui tem um exemplo de uma arquitetura, pode ser que eu tenha uma aplicação que precisa recuperar um segredo, né? Que pode estar numa aplicação, num serviço de cloud provider, e aí ela invoca um outro microserviço, depois esse microserviço precisa conectar num banco, falar com algum serviço do cloud provider, ele vai lá e busca uma configuração, e aí o serviço A, quando recebe a resposta, publica essa mensagem num broker que vai ser consumida através de pooling por uma terceira aplicação, tá? E aí ela pode persistir no banco ou estado, tá? Então, e ainda pode, através do componente de binding, conversar com diversas APIs de serviços, como Kafka, RabbitMQ, diversos serviços de mensageria do Azure, da AWS, da Google Cloud. Então, a grande ideia do Dapr é, olha, eu estou rodando local, eu preciso testar meus microserviços locais. Então, eu vou ter, por exemplo, no meu ambiente local, no meu Docker, como eu vou mostrar daqui a pouquinho para vocês, o Redis, né? Ok, e o Redis vai simular vários dos componentes que a gente precisa, a comunicação com esses serviços da nuvem. Então, com o Redis, a gente consegue guardar segredos, simular pub/sub, state manager. Agora, eu vou rodar no Azure, lá no Azure eu vou utilizar o Service Bus, ou vou usar o Key Vault, e para fazer a guarda do estado, eu vou usar um banco de dados não relacional como o Cosmos DB. Se eu estou usando a AWS, eu posso usar o Simple Queue Service, posso usar o Secrets Manager e o DynamoDB. Se eu vou para a Google Cloud, eu vou usar os serviços da Google Cloud. Se eu estou rodando no meu data center, na minha empresa, eu posso usar o RabbitMQ, pode usar o Vault, né, da HashiCorp, o Redis. Então, ele é totalmente agnóstico de ambiente. Essa é a grande mensagem aqui. Você pode rodar ele em qualquer cloud provider que suporte Kubernetes, tá? Aqui um pouquinho dos números, é um projeto que já tem uma relevância muito grande e diversas empresas mantêm esse projeto. Não queria chamar a atenção aqui, não só da Amazon e da Microsoft, mas da Diagrid, que é uma das sponsorships do programa de Dapr Mentor. Brigadão pela força aí, pessoal. Mas diversas empresas estão mantendo e contribuindo, e a comunidade também tem ajudado. E várias grandes empresas têm desenvolvido projetos utilizando o Dapr, tá? Bom, então quais são os componentes que nós temos? Nós temos a possibilidade da gente fazer invocação entre microserviços, a gente pode implementar mecanismos de publisher-subscriber para fazer comunicação assíncrona, nós podemos salvar o estado da aplicação para poder recuperar, nós podemos externalizar configurações para a gente poder simplificar simplificar a configuração, né, a mudança de estado da aplicação. Nós podemos trabalhar com os segredos. Esses aqui são os 5 que eu vou mostrar hoje para vocês, tá? Mas a gente também tem a parte de workflows com definição de tarefas, configuração de falha, de retentativa, todo o ciclo de configuração de um workflow a partir do Dapr, a possibilidade da gente implementar um padrão chamado atores, né, os actors, que permite você manter o estado desses atores, fazer a persistência. Então, é um design, não design pattern, mas é um padrão de desenvolvimento que é muito adotado em microserviços quando você tem entidades muito relevantes, tá? Ele também permite a configuração de lock distribuído, né, para você poder ter transações distribuídas e entender a relação entre elas, né, a sincronização entre elas. Ele permite fazer binding, tá, com diversos serviços que a gente vai ver depois, criptografia, a parte de scheduler de jobs e ainda, mais recentemente, a integração com o Large Language Models, tá? Tudo isso considerando observabilidade e segurança através desse middleware que é o Dapr, tá? Então, essa aqui é a minha demo, tá? Já estamos entrando na parte agora de demonstração, eu vou mostrar um pouquinho de
Antes de você
código
chegar na
rodando
demo,
aqui.
antes
Oi,
de você
Karina,
chegar na demo, uma pergunta rápida. Você
por
comentou ali
favor.
integração com LLM, parece que o Dapr ele ajuda muito nessa questão de integração, só que a gente vê também outras ferramentas, tipo LangChain e outras do tipo que estão se popularizando, né? Eles conflitam ou o Dapr usa essas ferramentas?
Então, excelente pergunta. Na verdade, o componente de conversation do Dapr que fala com Large Language Models usa a biblioteca do LangChain do Go. Tá?
Ah,
O
legal.
Dapr é todo escrito em Go, então, por debaixo dos panos, é o LangChain que está fazendo o trabalho ali.
Ah, entendi. Tá legal. Obrigado.
Valeu, obrigadão pela pergunta. Bom, então vamos lá, gente. A ideia é que a gente ter dois microserviços, obviamente escritos em Java, né? E a gente vai ter um microserviço A, uma aplicação A e uma aplicação B, tá? E aí eu vou demonstrar, os dois estão em Spring Boot, né? Eu desenvolvi eles em Spring. E a gente vai testar a parte de invocação síncrona entre microserviços, a parte de comunicação assíncrona, utilizando PubSub, tá? Com um broker de mensagens aqui no meio, a questão de recuperação de segredos, a questão de configuração externa e o State Manager também, tá? Se você quiser seguir, né, esse exemplo, se você quiser executar ele, tá? Ele está nesse repositório. Eu vou passar aqui para a Karina o link no chat privado. Esse QR Code te leva para lá, tá? Então, o que tem de importante aqui nesse repositório? Tá toda a minha demo aqui, tá? Todo o processo, a descrição de tudo que eu fiz está aqui, passo a passo. Inclusive, eu vou seguir um pouco dessa descrição com vocês, tá? E também eu configurei um dev container. Então, se você fizer um fork desse repositório, se você quiser, você pode rodar dentro do GitHub, use uma conta pessoal, tá? Você pode utilizar aqui a opção de Code Spaces, só clicar aqui e pedir para ele criar um Code Space. Ele vai criar um ambiente todo pré-configurado com o Java, com as bibliotecas, com o CLI do Dapr, com tudo que você precisa, então esforço zero, tá? Ou, se você quiser, você pode usar um dev container local na sua máquina, só que você precisa ter o Docker, tá? Então, você tem essas duas opções. Dá para rodar dentro do GitHub, como eu estou fazendo aqui, usando um code space, ou você pode rodar local na tua máquina, tá? E não esquece de deixar uma estrelinha ali, sempre é bom, sempre fortalece ali, se puder deixar uma star aqui, eu agradeço, tá bom? Então, vamos lá, vamos ver o que a gente vai ver hoje, né? Então, a gente vai começar com o Service Invocation, tá? Então, a ideia do Service Invocation é você poder chamar, né, um outro microserviço. Então, a ideia ser, né, um Service Discovery. Então, através dos nomes, a gente consegue invocar um outro microserviço usando HTTP ou gRPC, mas no meu caso aqui, como eu estou usando o Spring Boot, eu vou utilizar o SDK dele, né? Então, vai ficar uma coisa muito mais encapsulada e simples, tá? Eu posso configurar toda a parte de retentativa, de resiliência, circuit breaker, timeout, retry, tudo através do Dapr, tá? Ele faz toda a parte de configuração de tracing e coleta de métricas para você. Posso ter políticas para restringir o acesso. Então, eu quero impedir que um microserviço fale diretamente com o outro. Eu posso definir policies e posso utilizar Mutual TLS para ter, né, dois certificados envolvidos na comunicação entre os microserviços, né? E, claro, a gente tem a parte do middleware, dos componentes de middleware que te ajudam nesse processo, tá? Então, o que vai acontecer é basicamente isso daqui. A aplicação A chama o Dapr para falar com a aplicação B através do seu nome, né? Um nome totalmente agnóstico de tecnologia, você define qual é o nome, e a comunicação se dá através do Dapr, e do outro lado, o sidecar vai invocar o microserviço, tá? Como uma chamada local. Tudo com observabilidade baseada no padrão OpenTelemetry, tá? Então, aqui tem um exemplo em .NET, mas eu vou mostrar um em Java, não se preocupe, tá? Só para você ver que é bastante simples um código. Um outro exemplo em Python,
Ô, se
mas o que
você tá
importa
querendo
aqui
que
é
a
mostrar em
galera
Java,
saia
né?
da... Ô, Walter, você tá querendo que a galera saia da live e só você encerrar, não precisa tá
Não,
ligado?
gente.
Tô brincando, tô brincando.
Não. A mensagem aqui é que todo mundo pode trabalhar com o Dapr,
Eu tô
principalmente o Java lindo.
brincando.
Essa é a
Eu sei que
mensagem, mas
você
vamos
quer
lá.
mostrar que você é poliglota, eu sei que é isso. Vai lá.
Isso aí. Essa é a mensagem. Então, vamos lá. Vamos falar um pouquinho aqui desse ambiente aqui para vocês, tá? Então, quando você criar o CodeSpace, né, ele já vai vir... Eu já estou aqui conectado aqui no meu ambiente do CodeSpace, tá? Se você quiser ter uma experiência melhor, o Visual Studio com a extensão do CodeSpace te dá uma experiência legal, tá? Mas, basicamente, se você quiser fazer na sua máquina, você precisa ter o Docker, instalar a CLI do Dapr localmente, né? Instalar a extensão no VS Code para te ajudar. E aí, no meu caso do CodeSpace aqui, por conta de um probleminha no pacote do Maven, tem que fazer a instalação manual, mas não tem nada demais aqui, eu já fiz essa instalação, tá? E aí eu tenho aqui, na raiz, um arquivo POM multiproject, né? Que vai utilizar tanto a aplicação A como a aplicação B como módulos, só para a questão do Maven, durante o processo de empacotamento, tá? Então eu tenho aqui uma aplicação A, aqui eu já deixei elas pré-criadas pela questão do tempo, tá, gente? Quando você clonar o meu repositório, ela já vai vir pronta para você. Você vê que é uma aplicação Spring, nada demais, né? Usando Java 21, tá? E aqui estão, aí eu registrei no POM a aplicação principal, né? E aí um comando que você precisa executar na tua máquina é o Dapr init. O Dapr init, ele vai instalar alguns containers Docker que você precisa no teu ambiente. Então, se eu digitar aqui Docker PS, você vai observar que a gente tem alguns containers aqui rodando, né? Nós temos aqui o scheduler e o placement do Dapr, nós temos o Zipkin, né? E o Redis. Então, a parte tanto de traces, né, e métricas, quanto o Redis para ser o nosso storage local, tá? Para simular isso localmente. É isso que o Dapr init vai fazer, tá? Aí, mais para frente, a gente vai falar de configuração, então, de gerenciamento de configuração. Então, imagina que eu quero colocar, que eu tenho, né, que guardar a string de conexão que o meu microserviço vai utilizar. Então, eu posso usar um dos componentes, né, do Dapr, que é o de External Configuration, para ele guardar isso estaria guardado dentro de um serviço da nuvem. Aqui, local, a gente vai usar o Redis, tá? Então, basta você executar esse comandinho aqui, tá? Que é um docker exec, ele basicamente vai chamar o CLI do Redis e colocar um chave valor, que se chama URL database, e uma string de conexão. Aqui é só para a gente ter um exemplo de uma aplicação, né? Um exemplo de uma chave armazenada em algum lugar, tá? E aí, falando aqui do projeto do Spring Boot, então aqui estão as minhas dependências, tá? Basicamente, você pode optar ou importar o Dapr SDK e o Dapr SDK Spring Boot, ou importar o Starter, tá? Os dois dão aqui na mesma, eu coloquei os dois só para você ter os dois exemplos, tá? Mas você pode importar um ou outro e vai resolver a situação, ok? E aí, vamos lá, como é que agora a gente localmente executa o Dapr, como que a gente faz o processo para buildar a minha aplicação? Então, eu tenho aqui na minha primeira aplicação, no meu primeiro microserviço, um simples REST controller, bem simples, tá? E aí eu tenho aqui um endpoint, que é esse get mapping, tá? Que retorna só um status 200, nem estou usando mono, nada disso, uma coisa muito simples para te ajudar a começar, tá? Então, uma aplicação bem simples. Na aplicação B, a mesma coisa, tá? A gente tem aqui o mesmo, né? A mesma coisa, que é basicamente um outro controlador, tá? Com um endpoint também aqui no get, no /API get, bem simples, que dá um hello world aqui, tá? Então, para a gente executar a nossa aplicação localmente, você precisa criar um arquivo na raiz do projeto chamado dapr.yaml. Nesse arquivo, você vai literalmente criar você está criando objetos do Kubernetes. Lembrando que a ideia é que isso aqui vai rodar dentro de um cluster Kubernetes. Então, aqui eu estou registrando as duas aplicações. Isso aqui seria aplicado da um kubectl apply lá no Kubernetes, tá? Então, aqui, basicamente, localmente, eu digo assim, olha, eu quero registrar a aplicação A, que é o nome dela, o lugar onde ela está, a porta onde ela vai ser servida dentro do container e qual que é o meu comando de start. E a mesma coisa aqui para a aplicação B, o registro do nome dela, onde ela está, a porta que ela é servida e o startup dela. Então, quem vai rodar o teu projeto não é mais diretamente você através do Spring Boot, mas é o Dapr que vai subir a aplicação para a gente, tá? Aqui tem só o código bem passo a passo, tá? E aí agora a gente precisa, deixa eu limpar aqui minha console, se minha fonte estiver muito pequena, Karina, você briga comigo, tá? Eu vou dar aqui um Maven Package, né, para ele compilar, tá? Ele vai compilar as duas aplicações, eu já tinha feito isso, mas só para vocês verem funcionando, tá? E aí, para a gente subir a aplicação, a gente basicamente executa esse comando aqui, que é o dapr run -f, apontando para o teu arquivo dapr.yaml, tá? E aí, o que acontece? Nesse ambiente aqui, como eu estou usando para um dos exemplos, eu preciso de variáveis de ambiente, tá? Pré-configuradas, eu já configurei para você aqui também um arquivo launch do Visual Studio Code, que ele dá o dapr run para a gente e já seta variáveis de ambiente. Então, aqui no caso, não precisa dar o dapr run, basta você teclar um F5 e você vai ver que o próprio Visual Studio vai começar a subir a aplicação, né, o Dapr, e o Dapr sobe as duas APIs Spring Boot, tá? Então, vamos só esperar aqui um minutinho para ele subir. Alguma pergunta, Karina? Tudo bem aí?
So far, so good, my friend. A galera fica só comentando que você fala da estrelinha, a pessoa manda a estrelinha. Aí você fala do .NET, a pessoa fala sua irmã. Por enquanto, só o pessoal tá comentando aqui, engajando. Mas só comentários, por enquanto.
Legal,
Galera,
joia,
qualquer
obrigado.
dúvida, pode ir deixando no chat que eu vou trazendo pra ele, tá? Ou se tiver piadinha sem graça também, tipo a do Otávio, fica à vontade. Eu trago pra ele do mesmo
Legal.
jeito.
Joia. Então, ó,
E
a
o
gente
tamanho
pode
da fonte tá
observar...
legal, tá? Só pra constar.
Legal, valeu, obrigadão. Então, você está vendo aqui que o log, né, das
Pronto, ó,
aplicações já está...
só pra dar aquela inflada no ego do palestrante, tá muito didático, tá? O
Obrigado.
comentário.
Então, vamos lá. Obrigadão. Então, vamos lá. Então, a gente está vendo que a aplicação subiu, né? Subiu os 2 microserviços. Então, eu vou usar aqui também uma extensão chamada REST Client, que também já vem pré-configurada nesse ambiente para você, que é não dá para chamar que é um primo do Postman, mas ele é um cliente de APIs REST, né? HTTP, bem simples, onde você basicamente escreve aqui no formato de um header HTTP e ele faz a requisição para você. Então, você está vendo aqui que se eu bater na API da aplicação A e bater na API da aplicação B, as duas estão ok, estão funcionando. Então, agora vamos ver o código da invocação de um microserviço chamando o outro. Então, esses dois primeiros foi uma chamada direta, agora vamos ver a chamada através do Dapr. Então, no código da aplicação A, eu tenho aqui um endpoint, esse endpoint aqui, ó, que é o start sync, que é uma chamada síncrona entre 2 microserviços através do Dapr. E aí, como é que funciona aqui, né? A gente basicamente vai, né, criar um Dapr Client, né, criar uma instância do Dapr Client. Ele usa o padrão de o design pattern de builder, né, que é muito comum no Java, a gente vê muito isso nas APIs, então isso é uma coisa muito legal. Os SDKs do Dapr respeitam os padrões das linguagens de programação. Então, se a tua linguagem de programação trabalha por builder, como o Java, né, uma coisa muito comum nas bibliotecas do Java, ele respeita isso, tá? E aí, para eu chamar o outro microserviço, eu poderia fazer via HTTP, não diretamente para ele, mas eu poderia chamar o sidecar do Dapr. Nesse caso, como a gente está usando o SDK, é mais fácil ainda. Você basicamente coloca aqui um invoke, o nome que foi registrado, o teu microserviço, que aqui para mim é uma informação que eu recebo do Spring Boot através do application.property, né? Então, eu poderia externalizar isso como uma variável de ambiente, então a minha aplicação não tem nada chumbado aqui, poderia vir do ambiente o nome dos outros microserviços, isso te dá uma facilidade na hora de substituir um por outro, tá? O endpoint que eu quero invocar dele, que é o /API/startSync, a mensagem, que pode ser qualquer objeto, que é um object, tá? O método, e aí como eu não estou utilizando o padrão do Spring baseado em mono, eu tenho que chamar esse bloco aqui para segurar a requisição, transformar ela de assíncrona em síncrona, porque não estou usando aqui chamadas assíncrona, a API assíncrona do Spring Boot, tá? Basicamente é isso, tá? E aí é importante que você coloque aqui dentro de um try-catch, né? Só para capturar qualquer possível exceção que venha do Dapr, tá? Então, eu vou invocar esse start async aqui, só para a gente ver se está tudo certo, tá? Deixa eu voltar aqui para o meu arquivo de teste. Então, tá aqui, ó. Esse aqui é o teste que vai invocar, no caso, os dois microserviços, o A chamando o B, tá? Então, se eu clicar aqui, os deuses da demo estiverem do meu lado, você está vendo que voltou um 200, né? Ele retornou que o A iniciou. Se eu olhar o log, aqui está a prova que os dois foram inicializados. Então, o A chamou o B, né? E aqui está o que o microserviço B recebeu por parâmetro do A, tá? E aí você deve estar se perguntando agora, tá, ok, essa é a chamada, né? E o outro lado, o cara que recebeu a chamada, ele precisa de alguma coisa especial para ser invocado pelo Dapr? Nada. Repara aqui, ó, é um simples endpoint, não tem nada demais aqui para receber. Então, isso é uma das coisas mais legais do Dapr. Ele influencia muito pouco ou quase nada no código da tua aplicação. Você não é obrigado a usar o SDK. Se você quiser, você pode desenvolver tudo por chamada HTTP e ficar até agnóstico do SDK do Dapr, tá? Então, esse é o primeiro exemplo, que é a chamada síncrona entre os dois serviços, tá? Legal. Então, vamos falar um pouquinho agora da chamada assíncrona. Então, é muito comum você precisar, em alguns microserviços, notificar o A, notificar o B de uma mudança de estado, ou você está implementando algum mecanismo onde você precisa ter uma fila, né, ou algum mecanismo, algum publisher subscriber ali no meio, no caso seria um tópico, né, um tópico ali no meio, para fazer um pouco de offload desses dois caras, desconectar eles de forma, né, que eles não tenham uma conexão direta. Então, o Dapr também implementa isso, tá? É possível trabalhar tanto com brokers, né, de tópicos, quanto filas, ele trabalha com os dois modelos. Ele tem entrega garantida no modelo at least once, quer dizer que pode ser que ele entregue 2 vezes a mensagem, pode acontecer, então tem que ter essa tratativa, tá? Eu posso fazer essa associação tanto de forma declarativa, que é como eu vou mostrar, ou programática, onde eu escrevo um pedaço de código para ir lá buscar a mensagem, tá? Eu vou fazer de forma declarativa, que é mais simples e o código é mais bonito, tá? É possível fazer roteamento baseado no conteúdo da mensagem, tem mecanismo para isso, tá? Ele permite a integração com dead letter queue, né, filas de mensagens mortas, ou tópicos de mensagens mortas. Então, se eu tenho lá uma aplicação que recebeu uma mensagem envenenada, que está tentando processar várias e várias vezes, eu posso usar esse mecanismo para jogar essa mensagem para uma outra fila para ser processada depois, né? E você ainda consegue limitar, né, o acesso do publicador e do subscriber baseado em escopos, tá? Então, vamos lá. Só para vocês entenderem, esse aqui é a arquitetura que a gente vai construir, que a gente vai ver funcionando agora, tá? Então, a gente tem aqui um message broker, que no meu caso é o Redis, tá? Vai usar a parte de streams do Redis, mas podia ser qualquer serviço de qualquer cloud provider. E aqui vem um ponto muito importante, vem o nosso primeiro componente que a gente precisa registrar ele, tá? Então, basicamente, todos os componentes do Dapr são objetos do Kubernetes. Então, você vai criar um arquivo YAML que descreve o teu componente e você vai dar um kubectl apply o nome do arquivo, tá? E aí ele aplica isso e configura o teu cluster Kubernetes. No nosso caso aqui, tá? Eu vou pular os exemplos de código para eu não apanhar hoje. Vou direto para o exemplo do Java. No nosso caso aqui, a gente tem dentro da pasta de componentes um arquivo chamado pub/sub/yaml, tá? Que aqui é que eu estou dizendo que eu tenho este componente do Dapr, que é o pub/sub/dapr, tá? E aonde a gente tem a configuração local onde vai estar o serviço que vai fazer esse trabalho por mim. Se eu tivesse no Azure, seria uma outra configuração. Se eu tivesse na AWS, seria outra configuração, mas o código em si não muda, tá? E aí vamos ver o código do cara que manda a mensagem. Então, aqui tem um segundo exemplo, que é o start async, tá? Muito parecido com o invoke. A gente cria uma instância do Dapr Client, tá? É importante sempre que terminar o uso do cliente, você encerrar ele, chamando o dispose, aqui, ou utilizando o try-catch, né? E aqui no caso, basicamente, eu vou pedir para ele, eu quero publicar um evento, o nome do meu pub/sub, que é o nome do componente, exatamente daquele valor que estava aqui no pub/sub, que é este nome aqui, ó, tá? Que é o pub/sub Dapr. Então, o nome do meu pub/sub, o tópico e a mensagem, tá? Então, esse é o cara que vai mandar. O cara que vai receber do outro lado, para mostrar um código mais bonito, utilizando aqui o SDK do Spring, basicamente você vai usar uma anotação, que é o @topic, onde aqui eu passei fixo, poderia ter externalizado isso aqui, desculpa, eu podia ter feito um código mais bonito aqui usando o application.property, recuperando de lá o nome do pub/sub, mas só para você saber que aonde está a informação, tá? O nome do componente, o nome do tópico, e é isso. Então, o próprio Dapr vai ficar monitorando vai ficar monitorando o mecanismo de tópico. Quando chegar uma mensagem, ele coleta e manda isso, invoca aqui o meu endpoint. Então, repara, não tem nenhuma relação aqui com nenhum tipo de nenhuma alteração impactante. Vamos lá, tem uma. Eu tenho que utilizar esse objeto aqui, o Cloud Events, que é uma abstração que suporta vários tipos de mensagens de vários tipos de brokers, tá? E aqui eu estou só abrindo a mensagem, né? E mostrando aqui para vocês. Então, eu tenho aqui um cliente do Redis. Vocês vão observar aqui que nós não temos nada aqui. Eu estou conectado local no meu Redis, tá? Está vendo aqui que eu tenho aqui o meu tópico, ele está vazio, não tem nenhuma informação ainda, tá? E aí, se eu invocar agora um método de comunicação assíncrona, deu um 200, está tudo certo, respondeu. Se a gente olhar aqui o log, você vai ver que o A foi inicializado e o B já processou a mensagem, tá? Então, ele já recebeu a mensagem e processou. Se eu voltar aqui no Redis, está aqui a minha mensagem, que eu posso, né, depois olhar, ele marca que ela foi consumida. Então, repara que eu estou totalmente agnóstico aqui da implementação do tópico ou da fila que eu estou utilizando. Ah, Walter, mas eu precisava usar uma coisa específica do Kafka, por exemplo. Você pode, você usa o binding, que é um outro componente do Dapr, que não vai dar tempo da gente ver hoje, que faz isso para nós, tá? Então, essa foi a comunicação assíncrona. Show. Continuando, ninguém viu? Vamos falar agora do State Manager. Então, o que é o State Manager? É um outro componente do Dapr, tá? Para a gente poder armazenar chaves e valores dentro de um storage, tá? Então, esse storage pode ser vários tipos de serviços da nuvem.
Amigo, antes de você pular para lá, só queria trazer uma dúvida que a gente tem aqui no chat, pode ser?
Pode, claro, Karina.
Perfeito. Esse seria um tipo de RabbitMQ, Kafka? E se sim, qual a diferença ou vantagem de usar ele?
Legal, obrigado pela pergunta, Evandro.
Evandro,
na verdade...
Oi, Evandro, super ativo, viu, na comunidade. Menino esforçado esse aí, tá? Ó, avançando muito no Java. Ajuda ele a entender a diferença aí.
Joia. Então, legal, obrigado pela pergunta, tá, Evandro? É muito importante lembrar, deixa eu voltar aqui rapidinho no slide aqui, que o desenho me ajuda bastante. O Message Broker, aqui, ó, não importa qual que você está usando. Se você está usando o Redlich, se você está usando o RabbitMQ, tá? A questão é que você tem um broker de mensagens que vai trabalhar ou no modelo de fila, né? Onde ele tem uma entrega em ordem, né? Geralmente é 1 para 1 o modelo, ou você trabalhando em tópico, que é 1 para muitos, tá? E aí, qual mecanismo você está usando? O Dapr abstrai. Para nós, o importante é, olha, eu preciso publicar uma mensagem de um lado e eu preciso que alguém do outro lado consuma essa mensagem. Quem está aqui no meio intermediando isso, pode ser uma coisa na tua máquina, no Cloud Provider outra, tá? Então,
ele meio que deixa
a ideia do Dapr é justamente
mesmo
abstrair.
Se for Kafka, mesmo se for JMS, se for mensageria igual RabbitMQ, que ele falou, a MQ, ou se for Kafka, ele abstrai até o tipo da mensagem? Ou não?
Sim, por causa daquele Cloud Event.
Sei, ou a especificação do Cloud Events da CNCF. Uhum.
Isso mesmo. No
Caramba,
caso do Kafka, aí teria um outro componente especial que se chama Binding, só procurar Dapr Binding, que aí ele conversa direto com o Kafka, e aí essa conversa é mais especializada, ela não é tão abstraída. Aí você tem...
mais configurações, dá para fazer um fine tuningzinho, né? Uhum.
Isso. Eu quero olhar uma partição, voltar no tempo, reprocessar, esse tipo de coisa que não é um padrão pub-sub, é um padrão de stream.
Uhum. E aí, obrigada pela resposta. Evandro, qualquer coisa deixa aí, a gente vai respondendo aqui, ó. O Walter, já vi que o Walter, ele é safo nas respostas. Vamos lá, sabe mesmo das coisas esse menino aí. Menino, ó. Menino, cara, é professor, gente. Eu tô chamando ele de menino, ó. Desculpa.
Tá tudo certo.
Caro Walter, o Dapr, ao rodar em um sidecar, roda no mesmo pod?
Isso mesmo, José. Legal, obrigado pela pergunta. Ele roda local dentro do mesmo pod, então você vai ver que o tempo todo aqui nos exemplos de chamada é localhost 3500, tá? Então, a tua aplicação chama localhost, e o Dapr é que vai sair do ambiente do pod para falar com outro pod através do sidecar ou com um serviço da nuvem.
Aí você pode até me corrigir se eu estiver errado, mas é porque dentro de um pod você pode ter vários containers. E aí, como esse container ele é bem pequenininho, aí ele fica ali do lado, por isso que ele chama de sidecar. Que ele fica dois containers no mesmo pod, né?
Exatamente isso.
Legal.
É o melhor amigo do teu microserviço.
Você tem vários melhores amigos, né, das coisas.
É isso aí.
Vai lá, tô gostando, tô curtindo, simbora.
Vamos lá, estamos quase no finalzinho, tá, gente? Então, vamos falar um pouquinho agora do State Manager. Então, como a gente estava falando, né, é uma forma de você guardar configurações, de você manter o estado externalizando do teu microserviço, que é um problema que a gente tem justamente em aplicações distribuídas, que é, ok, eu quero que a minha aplicação seja altamente disponível, resiliente e que ela por exemplo, possa ser descartável. Então, o estado não pode ser guardado dentro dela. Para isso, a gente precisa de algum serviço externo que vai guardar o estado. Então, estou rodando na AWS, posso usar o DynamoDB, ou o Firebase do Google, ou o Cosmos DB, no caso do Azure. Localmente, aqui eu vou usar o Redis, mas podia ser o Cassandra, tá? Então, basicamente, esse aqui é a ideia, tá? Então, você passa uma chave e um valor e ele guarda. Existe a possibilidade de você fazer algumas consultas, tá? E essa aqui é a estrutura com que ele vai guardar a informação, tá? Então, uma vez que eu fiz o post, eu posso fazer depois o get para recuperar a informação, tá? Pulando aqui muito rapidamente, vocês não viram, vamos para o código em Java. Então, aqui no código no caso do State Store, eu tenho um outro componente, repara aqui, ó, tá? De novo, isso aqui são objetos nativos do Kubernetes, você daria um kubectl apply. No nosso caso, a gente guarda ele aqui para rodar local. Então, eu estou dizendo, ó, que esse aqui é o nome do componente, e aqui está o serviço que vai implementar isso. E como é que fica isso no Java, tá? Então, no Java, basicamente, eu tenho aqui dois métodos, eles são idênticos nos dois microserviços, então eu vou mostrar só um pela questão do tempo, tá? Tenho aqui um endpoint do Spring que recebe /state uma mensagem, eu crio o Dapr Client, né? Chamo o save state, passo o nome daquele componente, que é o YAML que eu acabei de mostrar, o nome da chave, que podia ser qualquer valor, e o valor, que no caso aqui é uma mensagem em string, para ficar uma coisa muito simples. E aí, na hora de recuperar, que é esse daqui, tá? Aqui está recuperando sempre o mesmo, né? Eu fiz uma chave fixa. Então, endpoint /state, crio o cliente do Dapr, passo o store name, o nome da chave e o tipo do dado que eu vou recuperar. Então, ele já faz aqui o mapping para os objetos nativos do Java. Isso também é uma coisa muito importante, porque lá no mecanismo de store, isso aqui vai virar um JSON, né? E aqui ele recupera e mostra. Então, você vai observar aqui, ó, que eu vou chamar aqui, tá os exemplos, né? Eu vou chamar aqui o primeiro passando não acredito, ele chamou, né? Tá vendo? Ele executou aqui embaixo. Se eu recuperar, tá vendo? Ele conseguiu recuperar não acredito. Se eu chamar agora o mesmo endpoint do outro microserviço, não acredito 1, né? E recuperar, tá vendo que ele recuperou não acredito 1. Significa que, se a gente abrir muito rapidamente aqui Cadê você? Se a gente abrir aqui muito rapidamente o nosso amigo Services aqui, ó, você vai ver que agora o State Store é por aplicação. Ó, eu tenho a chave da aplicação A e a chave da aplicação B. Então, cada aplicação guarda o seu estado, tá? Totalmente isolado, certo? Então, uma aplicação não interfere na outra. Beleza? Show, vamos em frente. Então, agora vamos falar um pouquinho sobre o External Configuration, que é justamente esse serviço quando você quer externalizar para algum serviço do Cloud Provider, onde você vai guardar as configurações da tua aplicação. Qual string de conexão eu vou utilizar, qual é uma chave, apesar que a gente vai falar de segredos daqui a pouco, tá? Então, a ideia qual que é? No caso do Azure, você pode utilizar o App Configuration, tá? Ou, por exemplo, no caso da AWS, dá para integrar também com o Sessions, meu Deus, fugiu o nome do serviço. O Systems Manager Parameter Store, tá? Ou eu posso usar um Redis ou posso usar um Postgres, tá? Então, ele tem integração com esses diversos serviços. No caso do Configuration, você só tem o GET, você não tem o POST, porque a ideia é que você vai no serviço do Cloud Provider configurar essas configurações, né? A ideia é externalizar para ele essa informação. Então, voltando aqui para o meu ambiente, você vai ver que eu tenho dentro do meu Redis aqui esse chave valor, que é a URL database, e aqui eu gravei uma URL JDBC qualquer aqui para o MySQL, tá? E aí, o código que recupera isso é muito simples, tá? De novo, ó, Basicamente, cria o cliente, get configuration, nome do componente e o nome da chave que eu quero recuperar, tá? Então, se eu bater aqui no endpoint do config, você vai ver que ele conseguiu recuperar sem problema nenhum, né? Claro que não tem o set, porque o set seria pelo Cloud Provider, não pelo Dapr, tá? Show. E o último exemplo, que é a parte de segredos, que é um outro problema que a gente tem em microserviços, que é como que eu guardo segredos, como que eu gerencio segredos. Então, o próprio Kubernetes tem já um mecanismo de secret store dele. Então, o Dapr, ele fala nativamente com esse mecanismo. Ou, se você está usando, por exemplo, o Azure, eu vou usar o Key Vault. Se eu estou usando a AWS, vou usar o Secrets Manager. Se eu estou usando o HashiCorp o Vault da HashiCorp. Então, isso é o legal dele. Ele torna esse processo totalmente independente, tá? E aí, aqui é basicamente o endpoint, né? Secrets, o nome do secret, e ele já vem ele não está criptografado, ele está encodado, né? No caso do Kubernetes, ele fica encodado em base 64. Então, ele vai te dar o texto o segredo já em texto aberto. Você não precisa ainda descodificar da base 64, que é o padrão do Kubernetes, tá? Então, vamos lá, vamos ver esse último aqui, como é que funciona. Então, neste caso aqui, tá? Eu estou utilizando um componente aqui, ó, Secret Store, tá? E tem várias formas de usar ele. A forma mais simples é baseado em variáveis de ambiente. Então, esse Secret Store Local Env diz para o Dapr que ele tem que buscar o segredo na variável de ambiente. Mas eu poderia estar usando um daqueles serviços de nuvem ou ainda um arquivo escrito localmente dentro do meu ambiente da minha aplicação. É mais difícil de configurar esse cara, porque tem que acertar o path, então a variável de ambiente é bem mais simples, tá? Por isso que eu pedi para você usar o F5 para rodar essa minha aplicação, porque o arquivo launch do Visual Studio Code já carrega esse arquivo aqui, .env, que tem um segredo muito importante, né? Que agora eu vou... deixa eu mostrar o código antes, fazer um drama aqui, né? Então, o código para recuperar o segredo, muito simples também. Você cria o builder, chama o getSecrets, passa o nome do componente, passa o nome do segredo e ele vai te retornar em formato de texto, tá? E aí, o segredo, que não é nem segredo nenhum, que o Java é lindo, né? Então, esse aqui é o meu segredo que eu coloquei aqui, que é uma variável de ambiente, né, dentro do meu sistema, né? Mas só para você ver que é um negócio muito simples de ser implementado, tá?
Não só é simples,
Show.
como quem discordar, vamos ter que ter uma conversa séria aqui nesse negócio.
Java é lindo, Java é lindo. Legal, obrigado. E aí, só para a gente encerrar aqui, gente, então, o Dapr, né, ele permite que você faça MTLS entre a comunicação dos microserviços, tá? E aí, claro, né, ele pode integrar isso com os secrets do Kubernetes, onde vai estar, por exemplo, os teus certificados ou um outro serviço do teu cloud provider, que é o cofre dos teus certificados, isso é totalmente possível, tá? Ele permite que você defina policies para limitar o acesso, né? Que microserviço fala com qual microserviço, através também de um componente do Kubernetes, tá? Você pode limitar, dando allow, deny, um mecanismo de permissionamento bastante simples. Ele integra observabilidade com várias ferramentas, porque ele usa o padrão Open Tracing, né? Então, todo o processo de integração com Jaeger, com Prometheus, com Dynatrace, Datadog, New Relic, o próprio Application Insights do Azure. Então, ele integra com várias ferramentas de monitoramento de tracing distribuído, tá? E ele permite que você configure através dos componentes retries. Então, o padrão dele, tá? É ele utilizar um mecanismo, né, de retry com um back-off exponencial de 1 segundo, tá? Então, ele vai aumentando com um threshold de 3 tentativas, mas você pode configurar isso, dependendo do teu microserviço, você pode fazer isso, tá? E ainda colocar circuit breaker. Então, é possível, através dele, fazer isso. E ele também, né, faz isso tanto no inbound para o microserviço, quanto para o outbound do microserviço, tá? Então, ele consegue fazer esse mecanismo de persistência, de resiliência, nas duas pontas da comunicação com a tua API, tá? Então, tanto no inbound quanto no outbound, ele garante essa entrega, a não ser que, claro, o serviço caiu e ultrapassou o número de retries possíveis, tá? A mesma coisa acontece com os serviços de nuvem. Então, se ele chamar um serviço de nuvem e ele não responder, ele fica utilizando as retentativas de acordo como você configurou. E se ele for buscar uma mensagem e não conseguir buscar, ele também implementa retentativa, tá? Já falamos de tudo isso daqui. Para terminar, módulos de hosting, como é que a gente hospeda o Dapr. Então, eu posso fazer local na minha máquina, que é esse exemplo desse repositório aí para vocês, que é o Dapr init, para iniciar o ambiente. Posso dar um Dapr run para configurar a minha máquina local, ou um Dapr init -k, que aí vai utilizar um Helm chart para instalar o Dapr dentro do teu cluster Kubernetes. Então, o Helm vai te ajudar aqui a fazer toda a configuração de uma forma muito mais tranquila, tá? E, dependendo do cloud provider, é possível utilizar o modelo serverless, que é onde você está rodando o teu pod dentro de um ambiente serverless. Aqui a gente está falando do Azure Container Apps, tá? Então, o Dapr, ele tem essa característica. Então, localmente, ele starta aqueles 4 containers que nós tínhamos visto, né? Placement, Scheduler, Heads e o Zipkin, para a parte de tracing, tá? E aí, no caso da VM, aí ele pode integrar com outros projetos, por exemplo, da CNCF, como o Consul, como o próprio Istio e outros, né, serviços que tem lá na Cloud Native Foundation, tá? No caso do Kubernetes, né, ele vai subir os pods dele, né, o Placement, o Injector, o Operator, o Scheduler, o Sentry, que é a parte de certificados. Então, ele já sobe uma estrutura um pouquinho mais complicada no caso do Kubernetes, tá? E, no caso do Container Apps, você pode utilizar de forma totalmente serverless, onde o teu pod vai rodar numa micro VM criada pelo Azure Container Apps, tá? Queria agradecer muito ao pessoal do Sou Java, tá? Pela oportunidade de poder falar pela primeira vez aqui para a comunidade Java. Foi muito legal. Aqui tem todas as redes sociais do Dapr, tá? Se você quiser participar do Discord, ele é aberto, qualquer um pode entrar. Tem reuniões da comunidade mensais no YouTube, tá? É um projeto muito bem estruturado. E você pode agora recuperar uma badge de Community Supporter do Dapr, porque agora você sabe o que é o Dapr, né? Você já acabou de conhecer o projeto em uma certa profundidade, então você pode apoiar a gente recuperando aqui nesse QR Code ou nesse link o stickerzinho e colocando no seu LinkedIn, marca a gente aí, que é um projeto muito legal, que pode ajudar bastante você no dia a dia. Karina, obrigado mais uma vez. Desculpa qualquer coisa. E estou à disposição se tiver alguma pergunta.
Pelo show? Nunca vi artista pedir desculpa pelo show assim. Ainda ganhamos badge aqui, super legal. Cara, a sua palestra foi nota 10 nada, foi 1 milhão, foi muito boa mesmo. Bastante didática, que nem falaram. E cobriu muito conteúdo, não só durante a própria palestra, como você já preparou tudo para quem quer aprender mais. Você tem o repositóriozinho que você compartilhou o link, eu vou até mandar aqui de novo para quem estava assistindo. Tudo que ele apresentou, galera, ele documentou aqui, o projetinho tá aqui, ó. Vocês também podem ver mais sobre a palestra aqui, né? E claro, galera, ó, já dropa o follow lá pra ele, porque vocês já viram que o cara é dos bons, né? Vai colar aqui no Sou Java de novo. Bem-vindo, meu querido. Espero que você tenha curtido. E fica à vontade, viu? Querendo ter uma palestra nova, querendo palestrar de novo, é só mandar mensagem. Tá sempre aceito aqui agora, viu?
Joia, eu que agradeço, né, mais uma vez o pessoal pelo espaço. Obrigado a você, né? A gente se conheceu hoje, brigadão mesmo. E um bom evento para o pessoal aí. Tem uma semana inteira aí de muito Java aí pela frente. Vamos aproveitar.
É isso aí, obrigada, galera. Ó, é isso aí, igual o Walter falou. Vai ter evento a semana toda. Todo dia tem agora. É só colar no Sou Java lá que vai ter live rolando. Vai ter lives em inglês, lives em português. Hoje o Walter ele fez o trabalho de 4 palestrantes, assim, dessa palestra em português dele. Valeu por 4, assim. Foi linda, perfeita. Muito obrigada, viu, meu querido, pela palestra. Foi um prazer te
Imagina.
conhecer.
Valeu.
Uma ótima noite pra você. Tchau, tchau.
Valeu. Tchau, tchau, gente. Obrigado.
Galera, agora só pra gente encerrar aqui o nosso papo. Deixa eu falar pra vocês. Amanhã nos encontramos novamente. E depois, e cada dia só vai ficando cada dia melhor do que o outro, melhor do que o outro. É surreal. Eu vou contar aqui pra vocês, apesar da minha memória não ser muito boa, eu tenho a lista de quem vai estar aqui com a gente amanhã. Então, olha só, vocês já se preparam. Já afia aí seu inglês de novo, um ouvidinho, limpa aí com o cotonete, que amanhã a gente começa falando sobre AI. Hoje o Alex falou sobre Symbolic AI e sobre o porquê que é importante a gente fazer uma boa arquitetura enterprise, combinando tanto statistical AI, como que são as LLMs que a gente vê por aí, ChatGPT e esses aí que eles são baseados em modelos estatísticos, com Predictive AI, que ele não gosta muito desse termo, né? Mas que é um que cara, a gente sabe que sempre que colocar o mesmo tipo de dado, sai o mesmo tipo de dado, vai sair sempre a mesma resposta. Se eu sempre falar aquele input, vai ser sempre aquele output. Então, você consegue meio que prever o que vai acontecer ali. E aí ele falou como que isso traz o que a gente vê em sites como CIO.com, reclamando que a galera não confia em sistemas de AI. Então, você que é arquiteto, a gente vai trabalhar aqui nas legendas e tudo mais. A talk foi em inglês, foi a primeira talk do dia. Você volta lá, bota a legendinha se você não estiver deitando no inglês ainda e já acompanha lá, teve uma demo super legal. Logo em seguida veio aí o nosso brother Otavio Santana, nosso queridão do Sou Java, e palestrou sobre estratégias e táticas de você escalar a adoção do Domain Driven Design. Claro que teve piada sem graça, não vou contar, se quiser voltar lá para ver. Por fim, a gente foi com o Mike Redlich, acho que é assim que fala o nome dele. Cara, o cara é brilhante, ele tá aí Java Champion, escreve para InfoQ e tudo mais, que ele falou, não só falou, ele trouxe uma versão RC, uma Candidate Release, do Jakarta 11, que ainda vai lançar daqui 10 dias e mostrou pra gente hoje com Payara. Foi muito legal. Ainda falou o que vai vir no 12, hein? Aí ele vai voltar aqui na quarta, se eu não me engano, para um painel. Agora a gente fechou com chave de ouro com o Walter. Agora, amanhã, o que a gente tem? Geoffrey Desmet, founder de uma empresa que se chama Timefold, que é uma empresa que fornece um produto SaaS de AI para planejamento. É um tipo diferente de AI. É isso que é legal nesse evento aqui. Tem tudo que é tipo de AI, galera. Logo em seguida, Dominica eu não sei falar o nome dela. Ela vai falar pra gente sobre The Crucial Role of Openness in Modern Software Development. Então, vamos falar aí por que da importância do open source, né? Ela é também uma Developer Advocate. Acho que ela é da Payara. Super popular, rockstar. Confirmadíssima. Depois disso, temos o nosso brother Max. Quem é do Sou Java já conhece o Max, Maximilian Arruda, trazendo aí Jakarta Data, que vai fazer parte da nova release do Jakarta EE, e você precisa saber tudo sobre isso. Então, cola para ver. Eu não sei se ele vai fazer em português ou em inglês, eu não lembro o que a gente decidiu. Eu sei que depois disso é só português de novo. Então, depois do Max vem o Thiago Bonfim, falando tudo o que você precisa saber para não ficar para trás nesses últimos 30 anos de Java, que é coisa pra caramba. E o Ronaldo Tavares, para você que fica perguntando se precisa tirar certificação, ele vai contar pra gente como que a gente domina o suficiente para tirar a certificação. Vamos ver, vamos escutar aí essas dicas, né? Então, amanhã, cola aqui no canal do Sou Java, que a gente vai estar aqui esperando por vocês. Obrigada, galera, pela companhia e até amanhã. Tchau, tchau!